नहीं सर सीधे जाइए।
और कुछ गसुन
ना मैं तो थोड़ी हमेशा साथ रेशम
थोई हाथ मज
क्या शीशे गिलास से आई थी ये
क्या
एक्सेस असल पर
ये क्या शास बस
ये मुझे ज्वेल्स क्रिएट
ठीक है तो ठीक है इसलिए करो कि
क्या था
म्यूट ऐसे करने को म्यूट
असल
वॉल्यूम कंट्रोल तो ये तो लाइन चलो यार रात का ठीक है अस्सलाम वालेकुम अगर लूज वूज गई कैमरा वगैरह या दिल दाका ये एक्सटेंशन लगी थी पांच मिशन सुगेलुम के पान और अगर मुझे प्रोजेक्ट जब शुरू नहीं लागू ये एचडीएमआई केबल ले रहा है पर डेस्कटॉप केबल चार्जर को लैपटॉप को लगे तो चार्जर लैपटॉप को चार्जर भी तो
कौन सा फोन
चला एक्सटेंशन फिट सोर घर सारा शेयर
मेरे पास जीवन को
बिल्कुल हो रहा है जैसे मैं कैसे फोन
इंजो
मतलब प्रिंटर कनेक्ट
अच्छा बाजी ये तो ये थी प्रिंटर
एक्सटेंशन कार्ड आ
सुkai जाने इशा हो एक्सटेंशन ये चीज सॉरी एक्सेस
अपर इला प्रिंटर पर
तो गोड़ा था भी ये मैडम आप ठीक अच्छे से ये अच्छा ये मामा ये था हम तुझे
फिजिक्स डिपार्टमेंट वही से स्टैटिक्स फिजिक्स ठीक है फिर आपको ठीक है
हाँ मैं क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूँ
सर हमने आपको व्हाट्सएप कर दी बाय
वो तो ये वो लाओ ये प्रिंटर रखो इधर प्रिंटर
इस चेयर पे रखो
उठाओ कोई अच्छा ये मेरे को पावर शुरू इसको उधर उसमें ले लो उधर हाँ तो किसी ने एक्सटेंशन ना इसको उधर रखो इसी को ले लो उधर न्यू पेपर ओके इधर पे न्यू पेपर लगा इसमें उसमें व्हाट्सएप पे क्या शीट
आप थोड़ा नीचे स्क्रॉल डाउन कीजिए
चाहिए उसमें और डिस्कनेक्ट ये हाँ ये वाला भैया आप सिर्फ ठीक हो से क्या पाइए इंसान वो होता है जिसको आप अपने गुस्से पे कंट्रोल वो सबसे कुछ नहीं सुनो आप छोटी हो अभी आपको बहुत नहीं सुनो नहीं सुनो जब पर बहुत मुश्किल जिंदगी
मैं नहीं बोलूंगी आगे कितनी बारी सर ने किया
क्या करते हैं बस उसको चला हाँ Askur start.
Kazitor go start.
Askur start.
ये अटेंडेंस कल आया है प्रिंट आउट
Super दरवाजे ठीक है
और आप ठीक सर
बोले आप आ जाओ रिव्यू पास कर सके तो नहीं आप बेटा बहुत छोटे बैठे बहुत छोटे लाइफ बहुत है
कौन सा क्वेश्चन आपको आंसर करना है व्हाट इज द गोल ऑफ
सुनो ना ये नहीं होता जल्दी ये गलत बात है पेशेंट बात है
मैंने नहीं
सर
कैंसिलेशन
I did wrong.
नहीं मैं नहीं बोल मैं सिर्फ बताऊं उसमें क्या
या लिखो आप write down the objective of the boot camp
वो बुझ का आप उसको
You are
बुझ
just seeing one side of the question.
नहीं
You don't know the other side.
मैं मुझे
Life
मालूम
is too
मुझे
fragile.
हर के हिसाब से मैं कल का बच्चा हूं मैंने भी दिया ठीक है मैं IOT में पिछले 10 साल से मुझे मालूम है कौन बंदा कैसे करता है
is to
कैसे काम देता है
acquaint the students about innovation
मैं चले गया खोल
and to develop a startup company.
छोटी हो गई
सर ये बात रिकॉर्ड हो रही है not the relevant classes also.
माइक भाई
कुछ चेयर लानी है।
Okay.
Get this change here. Okay. Okay, good morning everyone. Hope you have completed your venture milestones. How many of you completed the venture milestones? But we were able to see only 2 or something. And how about the other activities? Up to module number 7. So everyone completed up to module number 7. Yes or no? Yes. So you hope you have completed up to module number 7. By today you have to complete even after the session. We'll give you time. Parallel you can complete it here itself because it is mandatory. Then only we can be able to quit your session by tomorrow. Okay? So whoever is during the break time as well as the lunch break time, whenever you are free, you just complete those activities during the break times. Right? Okay, so yesterday afternoon we had been for the incubation visit as well as NIT, right? So how was your experience? How was your experience? Good? So you got some idea about how to pitch your sessions to get us started? Few of you were discussing with the fellow whom I was explaining over there. I just observed that. So that's the main aim of taking you for the incubation visit or the startup visits. Okay. So we'll just move to today's session. So in our today's session, we are going to have the introduction to the product development, product design and development, and we are going to align with the product design with the business goals. So what are the business goals we were discussing yesterday? What are the types of business goals? Transaction models. What are the business models, various types of business models we were discussing yesterday? No information. Okay, what about your venture, whatever you have planned, what kind of business model is that? Subscription model or freelance-based model, or how it is, right? So that's the various types of business models we were discussing yesterday. Fine, so we will then move to the design to delight, and we will be working on the design and present your product. Again, that is on a hands-on experience. Okay, so first we will start with the product design and development, aligning your product design with your business goals, whatever you have defined as your business goal. So this is related to the module 5. This is related to the module 5, which is prototype development as well as the MVP. So module 5.1 is the overview of the prototypes and MVP, and module 5.2 is build an initial prototype. So yesterday we were working on the MVPs, right? So what is the fidelity? I need attention of everyone over here. It's not a one-way communication. What is going to happen in this classroom? What is the fidelity? Level of the prototype. So what are the various levels of prototype we have discussed? Low level, mid level and high level, right? So whatever you have prepared yesterday, what kind of prototype is that? Paper prototype, that is the low level prototype. Wireframe is a wireframe. Mid level prototyping. Okay, so if you have some working model of an application, how about that? Just a web application if you have created a mobile application. High level prototype, because you are able to show the demonstrate your work, what you are going to show to your clients. So that's a high level prototyping. Right? So by end of this session, you will be able to understand the fundamentals of your product design and development process, and you will identify how the product design aligns with business objectives such as your profitability, market growth, and brand identity. So these three factors are very important whenever we have to think about the product designing. And apply the key concepts of product market fit, user-centric design, and cost consideration for your product development. And the fourth point, you will be able to analyze your real-world examples of the companies who have successfully aligned their product design with their business goals and develop the insights on how to create the products that customer needs and functionality and the business priorities. So mainly we are going to discuss about the business profitability and the customer-centric view of your product. Okay. So, product design is what that turns the great ideas into the great products, because design plays a major role. You all know that there is a separate role for the UI UX designer itself. So nowadays the innovative design will be given preference than a regular design. For the same problem, you can have various kinds of designs. So that is also one of the criteria to bring your product into market. So why do you want to build your product? Why do you want to build a product? You have some idea, right? You want to do something. Why do you want to do that? Money, fine. Solve the problem. Then there is one class, the answer over there. Why do we want to build the product? To get the money, then to solve the problem, then to guide the fame. Okay, so the fame in the name of fame.
Equity,
No.
more of it.
Who is called whenever you design a product? What you call? When you do a startup, what you call? Founder. Founder in general. You are an entrepreneur, right? So some of them will have the wish they should be called by the name of entrepreneur. They don't want to be called as a system design engineer or the manager or the team lead or something. You might have the wish I should be an entrepreneur. So that's the main part where we go for the solving of your problem. That is, you're designing your product. The last comes your money. In between comes your vision. I have some vision or mission to solve some problem. I need to bring some change in the society by developing my own product. So that's the need. We will go for the designing of the product. So there are three golden circles for designing your product. So the three golden circles are represented over here: why, how, and what. So the why is the innermost circle. So that's your actual vision. Why I have to do this problem solving. Why I have to design the product. That's my actual vision or mission. I have to do something to the society, or I have to do some innovativeness such that people can have a best product in their life. So that's your why, which is the innermost circle of your golden circle. And what is nothing but the outermost circle. So what is how we are going to solve, in what way we will be doing that problem. So as an or part of the organization or as an individual, I want to do that. So that's going to be your what. And how is nothing but the process, what you're going to follow in order to solve that problem. So these three are the golden circles, which is being defined by the Simon's golden circle. It's a framework that is mainly used to build your product. So if you are clear with this circle, why, how, and what, you can able to easily define why are you working on this product design, right? So now you know you have some idea, you have created the MVP for that idea, and you have some business goals of that idea also. Now you should define why I have done that idea and how I have done that idea, what I have done that idea. So you have to be able to relate these three statements to your idea pitching, whatever you have done. Fine. So this is the reason why we will build the product. So while building the product, we have to undergo series of steps. So that we call it to be the product development process. So So if you just think about the software management, you will be having the software management life cycle, where you will be having the 7 stages of the software management life cycle, starting with the identification of the requirements and requirement analysis and collection of the requirements. Like that, you will have a series of steps in order to define your problem. Similarly, whenever you want to design a product, you have some product development process, which is of 6 steps. We call it to be 6 stages of the product development. So first one is the idea generation. Have you all created with the idea? Yes or no? Did you all created with your idea? Yes, we have done with the first stage of your product development. That is your idea generation phase is done. So the second phase is your product definition. That is scoping and refining the product concept. So you have already defined what would be the outcome of your idea and who is your customer and how you want to rework on your idea, right? So that's also done. And prototyping. So constructing your visual representation. So you have developed your MEP for that yesterday by doing the third stage, that is your prototyping of your idea. The fourth stage is what? Initial designing. So this is what your next step. So you have to start with the initial designing, producing an initial mock-up. So whatever we have done in the paper MEP, we have to try to build at the minimal level of model for an initial setup, and we have to try to test and validate that process. So once testing and validation is done, we have to commercialize the process by means of developing and implementing the product. Right? So these are the 6 stages of the product development. So whenever we do all these things, we should be asking ourselves how we have analyzed the customer needs. Are we customer centric? The product, whatever we have defined, is it useful to the customer? Did we have taken care of the empathy, what you have learned in the very first class? And what are the jobs to be done with respect to your product? So JPDT analysis has to be done. What are the various kinds of jobs to be done? We have discussed. What are the various kinds of jobs to be done? We have discussed. Functional, emotional, social. Only 3 or 4. Only 3. Fine. So those are the various kinds of jobs to be done. We have discussed, right? So you have to try to reiterate your idea, and you have to relate all the components whatever you have learned. And you have to be aware of the product or service functionality. What kind of function we are going to use over there. So then finally we will be knowing our target market. Is it going to be B2C or B2G or B2B? Whatever kind of things you have to identify that. So what's the next thing is, you have to align this product design with the business goals. And you have to define your product vision and strategy. Okay, so to align the product design and development with your business goals, first you should be knowing how to balance your user needs as well as the business goals, right? For example, let us consider the Spotify app. What is the user needs from the Spotify app? Pardon? Listening songs. Okay. What else? Hope you all had your breakfast. Yes? Everyone had your breakfast? Yes, sir. Okay. Can you all please get up from your place 1 second? Please get up from your place. The last. Okay. Raise your left hand. Keep your things on the chair. Whatever you have, keep your things on the chair. Keep it down. Raise your left hand. Raise completely. Up to how much ever you can lift. Not like this, like this, like this. Raise it completely, how much ever you can lift. No one is having elbow dislocation or shoulder problem or anything anymore. Raise your left hand. Take your right hand and pat it to your left palm. I should get some sound. Not like this. Your left hand should be like this only. Take your right hand, align in such a way that you will pat the palm of your left hand. Okay, put down your hands. Okay, lift your right hand now. Just pass to your next person, whoever is standing. Whatever you have, the target to get, you can do that now. Now lift both the hands up. So volunteers also join in for this. Lift both the hands up. Clap now. Okay, stop. So now tell me good morning. Good morning. Louder. Good morning. Sit down. Same note should be there in the class for your answers also. Okay, fine. Now tell me, what is the Spotify requirement, user requirement? To play songs, right? Playing songs can be done from YouTube also, even play music also, right? What is the difference? Yes, you can play the songs in the background while using the other apps also, right? So that's the best advantage of using the Spotify. So that's how they were able to beat the YouTube playing the songs option. Because in YouTube, whenever you use the application, when you move to the next application, it gets switched off. Whereas the advantage of Spotify is you can play it parallelly along with the other applications also. So that's the customer point of view. That's the main business goal, what they have planned, and they have done it. So that's the. Okay, so the Spotify's main aim is they have to use the app whenever the user is using any other application also. Similarly, what is the goal of the Uber? Do you feel that the Uber, whenever it was introduced, it was launched successfully in the very first time itself? If you have heard about that, Uber is about to close, but later they came up with a different strategy in order to make the customer point of view, right? So Uber was first introduced only with the cars, the hiring of the cars, but they were actually costly when compared to any other services. Later, they came up with the strategy of sharing the amount, whatever ride charges they are taking, they will share with the drivers, the taxi drivers, whatever is being given, and they are not taking the money directly. Earlier, the money was taken by them and it was given to the drivers, so the taxi drivers hesitated to accept that because again, it is a time delaying process. They will not get the instant amount, whatever they are doing. They have to wait for months whether they get the rental amount. So that was a disadvantage model. So later they came up with instant money transfer to the taxi drivers, right? And later they came up with so many facilities like luxurious facilities. They have a priority customer, all those things. So these are the various strategic plans they have planned in order to bring the model into model, right? And their main profit, business goal was only profitability. Doing all these business, they should get a profit. So how they were able to balance between the user need as well as the business goals is by means of providing a share to the drivers as well as by providing a variable charges whenever there is a high demand of vehicles. During the peak hours, if you observe, the regular value there will be a deviation of around 30 to 40% charges in your regular value. So that's the main profitable plan what they have done in order to balance the user needs as well as the business goals. So here they have used the business model such that a percentage of share will be given to a driver in order to make the charge. Okay, so this is how we have to align our product design and development along with the business goals. So another example what we were discussing is your Spotify. So you want to access the vast amount of music library, but still you want to do gaming also, or you want to work in your mobiles also. You have to do any other activities in your mobile without disrupting to the listening of the music. So that's why the Spotify came into picture. Their application can run in the background also. And what is the main goal of the Spotify? Scalability. How they are providing this scalability? Even though the number of users are getting increased, they are using a cloud services on a per user basis. So the charges are applicable only for them per user basis. So so that they can easily able to scale millions of users in using the application at the same time. So that's how they have balanced their product design and development. The another example is your Tesla electric cars. Their main business goal is sustainability. So what's the first one we have discussed? Uber, right? What was their business goal? What was the Uber's business goal? Profitability, right? What about the Spotify? Again, I cannot make you to stand up. What was the business goal of Spotify? Scalability. Okay, Uber's business goal was profitability and Spotify's business goal was scalability. They have to scale the number of users, millions of users at the same time. Whereas the Tesla's business goal was sustainability. When everyone were going into petrol and diesel cars, they just came up with the introduction of the electric vehicles at low cost battery usage. So the Tesla was the first vehicle who targeted towards the environmental issues. So they have to have a sustainable nature of business. So that's how they are different from others. They are eco-friendly. They are eco-friendly with high performance of the electric cars. Nowadays you are seeing so many electric cars, right? So that's how you should have some difference in your business goal, and you have to move towards your business goal. But how these people have balanced the user needs and the business goal is they try to keep the operational cost at the lowest price. Whereas when you want to go for the servicing, the charges will be less when compared to the other mode of servicing. So that is how they are trying to balance the user needs. Any doubt up to this? What are the types of business goal and how we are going to align it with the customer needs? So do you have any doubts with respect to these three ventures, whatever we have discussed about the Uber, Spotify and Tesla? So now you should think about your venture, whatever you have planned, what will be your customer need and what is your profitability goal? Like what is your business goal? Whether you want to, one of your friends said, I want to be an entrepreneur to make money. Yes, that's a profitability goal. The other one has some mission. So that's your business goal. Long-term mission, I have to do something. Like Tesla, they want to work towards the sustainability of the environment. And the third one is your making the users more viable, right? So they have to have a scalability of users. So like that, your venture, whatever you have planned, you should try to relate it to a business goal so that you can easily able to relate it when you are doing a pitching session. Fine. So can we open your application now? You open your Badwani Foundation application, whatever is being given to you. I'll just come to your place and I'm going to see the status of your level, whatever you have done. Again, after we will be having the financial session. So there we will be talking about how to plan and project the financial for your venture. We will have a simulation tool, Excel, which has been in your application itself. We will download that and we have to specify the initial cost and estimated cost, all those things. And we can work on that. It's a simulation tool. Before that, I want you people to complete up to 7.1 mandatory. Those who are not done, please do that right now. If you have any doubts, you can just call me, come to your place, we can sort it out. And one of you morning was messaging me, you have got the invite, I hope. Again, it's working now. They are able to add you to the venture. Yes. So still anyone is left out without creating your ventures or not added in any ventures? So there are 42 ventures. So make sure that you are doing all the things on time. So now it's from today it's going to be completely hands-on. You have to complete your task then and there. Thank you all.
अरे ये सेशन कंप्लीट होगा नेक्स्ट क्या कौन रखा है बोल नहीं पहला सेशन होता है हाँ नहीं दूसरा आपको एक को जाना चाहिए तो आप दूसरे कौन है वो तीसरा कौन है वो आरपी को जाना
I'm sure you will need to.
Many of you have not completed your index itself. You can see here, I'm showing my screen. So for example, Zakura, the venture, who's the venture partners of Zakura? Okay. So you have team members of 5, right? So one student has not given the index still. Please check that one. Similarly, water pump cum booster system. Orchard perimeter security system. Who's that? Orchard perimeter security. None of you have done it. Louder, please. You have to complete your process. As of now, none of you have given the intent. If you have done means you please come and show to me. I will here. And converting ice to EV. Sun chasers. Yours are the same. Okay, please take one of your laptop. We'll see. Smart hot water bottle cap. No one have completed. Have you completed the email submission? You take one of your laptop. See, there is a student declaration indent in your venture activity. If you have not done that, it will show me it is not completed. So, in your venture activity, starting from the module 1, so from module 1, whatever is shown as mandatory with the asterisk symbol, try to consume that course. So, starting from module 1, whatever is shown as mandatory, try to consume that, then go to the next module. And when you are doing that process itself, it will take you for the venture activity creation. So whatever is related questions over there, you have to submit that. You are completely permitted to use the chat GPT. It's not necessary you have to sit and write your predefined description of your problem statement, everything. There are restrictions in the word. For example, the description should be of 200 words, 300 words, something. give the same prompt to your ChatGPT and try to retrieve the answer and paste it over there.
Yes, first you have to do the post content. And then you do the venture activity. Directly the venture you have gone into the link, whatever is being sent here. The registration, you have got an from that only button. You can directly register that.
What did you say?
Live है हाँ ये फिर सीट करेंगे फुल कार्यक्रम थोड़ा यहाँ आ जाए उस वाली सीट या जो पीछे बैठा स्टूल पर से बोनस सीट्स वहाँ पे खाली लग गया लाइफ थोड़ा आगे इसका हो गया अब तो ठीक है मैडम को बोलेंगे ये फिलहाल कोई ये करिए इनका अपलोड नहीं हो रहा कुछ कर सिर्फ ब्रेक काम हो
This is sure there is not confusion. Many of you are directly completing your venture activities. In the course content for each module, under each module you have multiple lessons. In every lesson there are few mandatory courses. So that mandatory courses, once you consume only, you will be able to get reflected in my portal that you have completed. So make sure that you will be completing your courses as well as the venture activities. Don't complete your venture activity directly.
rotate to cameras हाथ में हाथ
मुझे होम साइड का सो पापा ने फोन किया उसको बोला तो बोला ना फिर बोला यहाँ
ये खाली है ना वहाँ से लोग हाँ ये बहुत
आया
कभी आया
चलो
history. of looking at color, of having joy from color, of having joy from different graphics, right? So design has many different fields, and they are all targeted to address some physical or emotional need of people, right? Now I'll give an example. Sorry for the bad picture, but imagine there's no push or pull written. Does the handle convey you anything?
No.
If there's no push and pull written, yeah. Here, the design itself is telling you something about how the product needs to be used. Right? In the first picture, the example, the bad design was very visible. It was in your face that this is intentionally designed to be bad. But most of the bad design around us is just hidden there. And we don't question it, and we question ourselves. Just imagine you trying to push through a door. These doors are everywhere, right? How many times it has happened that when it needs to be pulled, you accidentally pushed it and it's suddenly blocked?
And number of times.
And number of times, everybody's faced it. And we try to blame ourselves, but it's the designer who has to be blamed. Yeah. The designer is tasked with understanding of these key human interactions, right? So, if you compare them side by side, what do you feel? Which one is a better design? Better considering design of humans? Second. Why? It's very easy to understand, and by design, you are shaping human activity very simply. So the design actually blends in and it reduces friction of your interaction with the world around. Everybody understands what is happening here if you're focused? How many people understood what is happening here? A few of you? Because I started with this example because this is something most of us have experienced already, right? So there are lots of things hidden in our plain sight. It's just that we've not observed enough to see what is right and what is wrong. Everybody understands? So, means designers have to be keen observers. And as entrepreneurs who are trying to make the world a better place, you have to become keen observers. Because if you don't observe these hidden details placed around us, it's very difficult to design systems then which are better, which blend in more naturally around us, and you can react to them without much pressure. So that feeling of something being right and something not feeling right, that is design. So design is actually all around us. Lots of people, when I went for my design degree to NID, all my relatives were confused. So what is design? Do you want your son to become a dealer? Yeah. So most people, and still, even after all those years, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, there's very little design knowledge of what design is meant to do, and what design, and how much design is important for our society and our systems and our industries today. Yeah. Design is not decoration. If you take it for granted that design is decoration, you are mistaken, and you are looking at very surface level of things. You're not hard things. Yeah. So both are designed here. On the right, you would say, okay, maybe this is a designer clock. It's not. Because the basics of a clock and serving its function are not met. The conditions of a product doing its first primary purpose are not met. Why they are not met?
We have to focus more on the second.
Because the primary goal of a clock is to tell time, right? And if you can't tell the time, then whatever you do on top of it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So on the left is clean, neat design. On the right, these are the basic rules of design. Yeah? An object to serve its primary basic function. Design is about how it works. We have to understand what are the use cases of our products, how our products will be used by our target customers. You know, is it a child who's using a ketchup bottle? You remember Maggie ketchup bottles? Maggie ketchup bottles, arguably, they're very poorly designed. Firstly, it's glass. Secondly, because they're put in a fridge around the glass, when the water condenses on it, it becomes slippery. It's a cylindrical design. There are no ridges. So it's but natural that the glass bottle will slip from your hands and break. And most of the time, because it's glass, it can cause other different injuries. Yeah? Everybody is getting what I'm trying to say. If we don't understand our users, where the products will be used, how they will be used, we can't become good designers. And our products will not shine through and through, right? And the funny thing is, bad design also gets accepted because of some other reasons. Maybe you have a poorly designed bottle, but your marketing is so good, you know, your product is so cheap, people will eventually buy it. But it's unfortunate that we still have to follow the same bad design. On the right side, you see the difference between the left side and the right side? What is the difference?
Text is upside down.
It's better to squeeze and
So text is written upside down on second board.
text is written
Upside down.
the way and it's better to grip. Okay. What else?
It's better to use it, utilize it completely. It's better to utilize it completely.
So most of the time, what happens with ketchup bottles is when the bottle is sitting there, because ketchup is dense, when it's upright, it gets accumulated in the bottom, right? And when you're trying to invert it and use it, you eventually try to do this, right? So if the head then becomes the base, it does it naturally. Gravity does its thing, and the ketchup is always at the bottom, where it has to come out from. This is smart design. This is conscious design, keeping in mind who's going to use your product, how they're going to use it. You understand what's happening? Similar thing happens with shampoo bottles also. Have you felt it? So we all feel it, but we don't blame ourselves or somebody because we are stuck in that situation. It's causing us pain, but we don't question the design. Designers do. So if you have to become effective entrepreneurs, designers, creative people, you have to look at the world around us. Everybody agrees?
Yes.
Everybody agrees? ये सबके साथ हुआ है. किसी ने सोचा आज तक कि मैं I'll design a bottle like this, only to find out ऐसा कुछ हो गया. But किसी ने सोचा. So first is to become keen observers. What's your problem, brother? What's the issue? Can't you sit?
Volunteers, they are recording the attendance.
Attendance होती रहेगी यार. Attendance, the main thing is to sort of understand what is being spoken about. If you disturb people while, then there's no point, right? So the context, the user, the environment, the temperature, the weather, the cultural context, all of them are important. You understand? I'll give you an example. It's a parallel example, but it will showcase you how important context is. Anybody remembers Tata Nano? Tata Nano, who remembers? Why did it fail?
It was positioned as cheap product.
They didn't think.
They positioned
It was marketed as the poor man's car. And Tata, unfortunately forgot that India is a very social place. अगर किसी के पास नैनो है तो मतलब he is a very इंसान, you know. So that one mistake of misunderstanding their user cost them thousands of crores of rupees. Each car project for a company is around 2,000 to 5,000 crore rupees to set up to do the full R&D, to do the full chassis development, to do all of the things. It's in thousands of crores. So one bad call has a huge impact. Similarly, for all other products also, there are make and break points. You as entrepreneurs, you as creative people, have to firstly acknowledge that it is important. Because I've seen most of the engineers, they live in a sort of dream world. कि हम technology बना देंगे, बस सब कुछ successful हो जाएगा. Tata Nano is a still away. It's a fantastic car, right? It's efficient. Yeah, it is roomy from inside, yet it's small from the outside, right? It's cheap. You know, parts are very inexpensive. Everything fits, but still it failed. Yeah. So just a reminder of how context is very, very important for this. Design is how it feels. Just designing good shapes is not enough. How a product feels, what the color is. How many times it has happened just by a color you bought something. Yeah, because color is a very emotional thing. It's again a make or break. Yeah, or the texture of something. Just remember when you go out to buy phone cases, some cases just feel right. Yeah, in your hand because they have a texture at the right spot. It grips in your hands perfectly. Yeah, it's just about how we understand, look at these things, and interact with these things, which give us the knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Have you lost me, or you're still there? You're still there? Be with me for a bit. Any questions still now? Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
Have you chosen the color of the text intentionally?
It's a bad
No,
design.
that is a bad decision. So in this presentation, there are lots of good and bad decisions. So you have to make out if you are conscious enough. If you understand what I mean. Yeah. Design looks at behavior, how people act, how people interact, right? And how people feel comfortable. You know, a mouse, people have used it for generations. When people figured out the technology, they made a box with 2 buttons. Remember the first mouse? You can Google it. It just looks like a box with 2 buttons. Yeah. Slowly they understood somebody has to hold it. Slowly people understand now they're holding it, but it is causing a lot of pain. Yeah. So what is the natural position of people? How do they work effectively, efficiently, and how do you introduce those characters in other products as well? Design is invisible. This says that design is a deep study, a deep understanding, a deep thought process, but its intention is to despair. It's slightly counterintuitive. जैसे अगर तुमने इतना मेहनत किया है, so it has to show. For a tech person, for example, if you design a drone, a tech person designs a drone and puts all technology. He wants to showcase the technology. He feels proud. When he looks at the wires and the connections, they feel great. Wow, we figured out this masterpiece. It's so efficient. You know? Yeah. But how will that expose drone to a common man? Common man के पास लेके जाओ बोलेगा ये क्या bomb ले आए? ये कब फट जाएगा? So the eventual use case, you have to understand as designers, as creative people, as entrepreneurs, where is the target use case for these products, and what are they used to, what are they comfortable with? The photo here, can somebody tell me the story about what I'm showing you? What are these? The older generation would know. Scissor? अब ऐसे scissor भी आते हैं, लेकिन ये scissor ये इसका function क्या है इसके लिए बना था? This is one of the finest, most classic and timeless design ever. This is up there. These are sheep shears. But the beauty is that it's designed from a single piece of metal. The metal gives flexibility also, it gives the hand grip also, and the sharp front gives the cutting ability also. So this is where design and engineering overlap to make fantastic timeless products. This design has not been changed in centuries because it's already reached that level of perfection. It's a single piece of metal. And the factory who used to make it back then is still making it. Because the design has never changed and the people need it again and again at the same time. It's reached that level of perfection. So all things around us have the possibility to evolve, get better, be better. This I'm saying because you guys are becoming the next entrepreneurs. There's immense possibility of refining a lot of things. Because a lot of things around us, they are not perfect yet. Yeah? But the inspiration comes from things like this, in which things have been resolved to that level that, it's almost reached the point of perfection. Understood? Intentionally, companies don't want to make things perfect. Why? Anybody can tell?
फ्यूचर में अपडेट के लिए फ्यूचर में कोई अपडेट लाएंगे.
If you make the perfect phone, we'll buy the new phone next year. In design, it's called planned obsolescence. Yeah. Today, because we have an economic model, we have a target of growth, we have GDP. So it's expected that we go towards a use and throw economy, which eventually is also resulting in making poorly designed and very low life products. Yeah, a car now is designed so that it only lasts 7 years. So you can check this out. This is fact. This is industry sort of principle. The perfect bulb already existed 100 years ago. It's been running for 100 years already. Though it still runs, but now our bulbs they go back, every few years, right? This is where I'll introduce you to a new concept of circular economy as well. While I'm talking about it, we still have time, right? For the session. Session. We still have time. So, because I don't have any other session, so I'll introduce you to these basic directions. You can also do your own research as well. So, what is circular economy? Circular economy talks about products being designed from cradle to cradle, not from cradle to cradle. Today, a company makes things and they give it off to you, and they don't care about the end of the life of the product. That's what has created a lot of waste and a lot of landfills filling up, a lot of pollution, a lot of things, right? But now, in the 2000s, this concept of circular economy was introduced, in which they said you have to be liable for the whole cycle of products from start to end, and also a shift towards service-based design. The back benches are busy; they have important things to discuss. Hello. कुछ जरूरी है आप बता सकते हैं. You can come speak if you have something interesting or a joke to tell, please. I'm telling you important concepts. This is the world we are living in. Things are moving very fast. Engineers are the first people to become redundant now because of AI. If you don't guys move fast and be creative enough, you'll be left behind. Yeah. Just look at the unemployment rates and how many layoffs are happening currently. So don't be very happy and greedy about the future. It's going to be a difficult ride for you guys, especially if you don't stand out. And being creative, looking at these things is one of the things which can equip you with some tools and some things so that you can fight. So don't be greedy about this, right? So circular economy, an example I'll give you so that you understand the concept, what I'm trying to tell you. This auditorium was made, the estate people or some people went out to buy lights for there. Somebody was given the task to buy lights. They went to the market and bought a light, basically, and that was the end of contract. They bought lights. And in a year or two, the light went bad, and then you have to start the whole cycle again of procurement. There's so much that goes behind procurements, this, that. There's another model. You go to a good company, for example, for the university, you go to Philips. You say you give us a lighting contract for 10 years. And you take care of institute's lighting for 10 years. So naturally, they make firstly good products that don't go bad, that don't spoil. Number one. Secondly, after the end of 10 years, they design the products so that they can recycle it. So that you can design more products with the same materials. Right? So this is the shift of thinking. In both cases, companies making money. First case also, second case also. But second case, it's a lot more sustainable, less waste creating, right? So it works. So that's why lots of people are now talking about circular economy, bringing it in different places. But these concepts have to be understood, and because tomorrow you design, Abhi, you are having this bootcamp, you are having that amazing idea, and it will be evaluated. Most of you haven't questioned about end of life of products, right? हाँ ये need है, इसको हम ऐसे solve कर रहे हैं भाई. जब ये चीज खराब हो जाती है, क्या करोगे 2 मिनट के लिए? Have you heard of framework laptops?
Yes.
किसी ने सुना होगा? That's what they're trying to do. Endlessly upgradable, swappable, yeah. A reverse back and forward compatible. So you can plug out a motherboard, put it in an older laptop. Older laptop, you can improve the screen and the touchpad. So that's what circular economy, these new principles and ways of working are talking about. Yeah, and we have to be in tune with these. Otherwise, regulations are going crazy because look at the environmental impact that we've had for the past 50-100 years. So we have to look at newer systems. And if any of us are designing systems so that we live like the average American, India is how many billion people? 1.8 billion people. We need 3 Earths if we have to live like that, wastefully. So newer systems are very important if we have to survive this, if we have to flourish, we have to change our social structures also, but that goes into a different so user experience, everybody now. What I'm talking about is also user experience, but there's a way of how you can map it for your organizations. What are the touch points? How are you looking at their expectations, their interactions, and their memory of the products you made for them? What is the whole journey like? And this is what user experience designers do, right? So the pre-purchase experience, the purchase experience, the using experience, the post experience. So people are working a lot on this again because we live in a creative economy. वो phone भी ऐसा ही है, उसमें भी same camera है, आपके लिए same camera है. But how do you then people start to focus on packaging more? I have examples for you. Before there is expectation. Sorry for the bad spelling, but before our expectations, yeah, people expecting something. The second layer of it is the experience, yeah. And the third is the memory of how the whole experience felt for you, yeah. And people remember how it felt because whenever you buy a product, you have a certain sort of expectation, right? That is the most precious. जब गाड़ी खरीदता है ना इंसान, तो इंसान को वो एक expectation होती है जब वो showroom से निकलती है गाड़ी. So that experience stays with you, the first experience, because then it becomes normal. Yeah, it will get daily experience. Understand that something is crazily wrong with your car. It's a similar experience, right? But when you first got the car, what was the experience like? What was the first ride like? That stays with you. And if companies work on it more, then we can create more amazing experiences for people. And this is the space people are fighting for because most of the cars are almost the same. Because it's not a technology war right now, it's the creative war. It's just happening. Now, I'll touch a bit about ergonomics because that's also something we have to cover. Anybody can name what product is this? It's a peeler, but a peeler. This peeler is in the Museum of Modern Art, MOMA. Why is it there? Can anybody tell? Anybody?
इसके नीचे से ऊपर से
Huh?
नीचे से pillars को नीचे से
This is in the Museum of Modern Art because of its handle. Jab these designers, this Oxo, this is by Oxo, the company, amazing company which does amazing tools and grips and things like that. But they observed people having arthritis using their objects. बूढ़ी औरतें पीलर से आलू को पील कर what are their challenges? In design, we have a concept that we call designing for extremes. Yeah. So the idea is that if we fulfill the needs of the most extreme, we naturally cover the rest of it.
Yes.
Design ही हुआ arthritis patients के लिए, but because of that, it became amazing for everybody. The grip, how you hold the potato, the peeler basically, how you move, how you keep it, how you use it, how you wash it, all those experiences, if you design and solve for the extremes, you anyways make it much better for everybody. So that's the proposition. People see chairs like this everywhere now. The ergonomic chair, I call these things. Everybody making this, but you have to understand the legacy. This is the Aero chair by Herman Miller. This is the epitome of chair as we know it. The movability, the adaptability to different postures, the things that they've figured. You know, when you sit for a long period of time, there are n number of things that have to be figured out, which will make your experience very seamless. So keeping all of these things going, that chair was designed. Yeah. And it sufficed and it won awards because a lot of consideration was given for shorter people, for wider people, for thinner people. Every situation was imagined, tried, and then eventually that was it. Again, the idea is to make your life delightful. So design for delight. That's what this is all about. And there was some text there, but anyways. So now you tell me, what are you going to design that delights and solve people's problems? That was kind of the definition. Okay, questions now. I have touched only briefly on a couple of small topics because otherwise it gets too much. Anybody questions? Questions?
So you have time to about 1 o'clock.
That's fine, we can interact. Questions, guys? Experiences that you've had, things like this. Okay, let's start with this room. When I came into this room in the morning, I suddenly spotted something. Can you spot an odd anomaly here? There are many, but visually an odd anomaly around it.
Staircase. Staircase.
What is out about it?
जब हम एंटर होते हैं तो मतलब चांसेस है कि हम गिर सकते हैं.
What? Okay, this person identified that there's an issue with the stairs, which I also noticed, which is that we can fall. Why would we fall on those stairs?
क्योंकि हमारा मतलब जो इंटेंशन होता है हम सीधे चलते हैं, तो यहाँ से जब आते हैं तो फिर सीधे ये स्टेयर्स डाउन हो जाती हैं.
अब उसको सही करने के
यूजर
लिए
एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से मतलब बैड डिजाइन.
ठीक है. Everybody understand what he said?
Yes.
But you have to understand as a designer, how do you frame your problems and your questions? इनने फ्रेम किया किस हिसाब से, हम जब अंदर आते हैं हमारे दिमाग में आगे का व्यू होता है, आगे जाने का, and that's why human natural, अगर मैं चल रहा हूँ, it's human to look at the front, not ऐसे कोई चलता है, ऐसे कोई चलता है, तो आगे देखने की आदत होती है सबको, that's how you sort of understand the space. But how you, somebody, how can you fix these stairs? Yeah.
सर जो आगे का स्पेस है थोड़ा बड़ा करेंगे जब तक थोड़ा हमारा
पहले
व्यू
एक
क्लियर हो
आपने
जाए।
प्रॉब्लम चीज बोली कि ऐसा है, और किसी को प्रॉब्लम लग रही है स्टेयर्स में, just by looking at that, just by looking at that. आप सर problems with the stairs?
The stairs integrate plus normal होती है जिसमें integrate इस टाइप पे हमने ज़्यादा पढ़ा नहीं था।
Right, right sir. Normal stairs से आप एक perception change कर रहे हो। लोगों की expectation है कुछ stairs से, लोगों की stairs से कुछ expectation होती है कि नहीं होती है? होती है? क्या होती है?
हर एक स्टेयर की हाइट जो इक्वल उसका जो एंड है वो स्मूथ होता है ताकि वहां से गिरे।
Let's uncover these stairs.
एक चीज मैं बताऊं,
जी,
एक प्रॉब्लम आप फेस कर रहे थे कि अभी ये साउंड एब्जॉर्बिंग नहीं,
sound
एब्जॉर्बिंग
नहीं थी।
तो आपको वो प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी जैसे कि बताने की शेयर तो देखिए
No, not that. I mean, saying if you are experiencing it, the other thing is a situation just I am speaking. Earlier, nobody was speaking, so people would feel to sort of come. Their experience of coming into this room.
That was my experience.
Coming into the room, that made noise.
It has to be
साउंड एब्जॉर्ब नहीं होता है।
साउंड एब्जॉर्बिंग नहीं है, ही मीन टू से
होना चाहिए sound absorb.
कि इनका इशू है कि इको होता है यहाँ पे ज्यादा, वो एब्जॉर्बिंग नहीं है। अभी कोई रैटल कर रहा था तो पूरा हॉल,
वो जनरल हॉल के,
Yes, yes.
वो तो हॉल के, अब फिर स्टेयर्स को लिया जाए, स्टेयर्स को लिया जाए, स्टेयर्स में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें क्या है? फर्स्टली द फिजिकल नेचर ऑफ इट, वी गो बाय स्टेप जो हमने चीजें डिस्कस की। द फिजिकलिटी मेन चीज क्या है स्टेयर का? एलिवेशन चेंज करना, आपको एलिवेशन अपनी चेंज करनी है, ऊपर जाना है नीचे जाना है। देयर आर टू थिंग्स, द राइज एंड द रन। इन स्टेयर्स इट्स कॉल्ड द राइज। द राइज हो गया आपको कितना पैर उठाना है या नीचे करना पड़ेगा ऊपर नीचे जाने के। देयर इज अ स्टैंडर्ड ergonomic रूल फॉर दैट एज वेल। पता नहीं यहाँ फॉलो किया है पहली सबसे बड़ी पहली मिस्टेक, द फर्स्ट स्टेप इज बिगर, द अदर स्टेप्स ऑल द हाइट्स आर डिफरेंट स्टेप्स है। तो आपको पता ही नहीं है मैं कितना नीचे डालूं। जब इंसान फुट नीचे डालता है एक एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है कुछ हार्ड रेजिस्ट करेगा इस चीज को, मैं नीचे उतरूंगा, वो मेरा लोड पकड़ सकता है। when even if you can do this experiment also, if you change the rise by an inch and vary it ऊपर नीचे, you will go mad climbing up or climbing down the stairs. Yeah, the first two steps is bigger. Okay, that's the physical thing of it. One more interesting thing was they said it should be sound absorbing. But in what context? Is it necessary here? Maybe, because people come in when somebody is speaking. So if it was sound absorbing, it would be better for everyone. Second thing is, if you could clap this in a sound, that will also not echo the overall sound. Yeah, that's why most auditoriums they don't have hard surfaces. कहीं पे भी जाओ, थिएटर में जाओ, कहीं हार्ड सर्फेस देखिए, नहीं देखिए, because they want to reduce the echo as much as possible. Yeah. Any other thing that you see on the surface level, texture level, something?
स्लिपरी है।
Slippery. Okay. More. Visually. ये generally, I have experienced it everywhere in the stairs that we design, but if you don't have visual contrast between the stairs, you are bound to fall. That's why in some places they put strips up in well-designed spaces like an airport or a subway.
Railways.
Yeah, if you go there, there's always an end line for the stairs because it creates the visual contrast so that you understand This is the point where I'm going down or going down. Yeah? Okay. We target the stairs. Anything else that seems odd to you? I come from a crafts background, so I go towards the crafts. यहाँ पे craft है कुछ आसपास? Giving you clues. Craft?
Yes, it's paneling.
Paneling and such. Wood craft.
Behind this,
Paneling.
there is पर्दे. कितनों को दिखे थे वो? बहुत कम को. That's core design again. आप जाल लगा रहे हो, साथ में पर्दे डाल रहे हो. What's the point of that? It's a waste of resource. Yeah. Again, bad design. We are surrounded by bad design everywhere. Yeah. और जो हमारे पास कुछ अच्छी चीजें पहुंची है ना, that is because we copied some nice designs. So how much, as a culture, are we thinking about what we are making, who we are making it for? Is it the right thing to do? So the opportunities are actually endless. It's how you sort of now mobilize firstly yourself, think about it, and then sort of make other people understand what you're talking about. Anything else that stands up or questions that you have experienced? Yes.
The number of ACs, the energy requirement is very less as compared to the number of ACs and lights. You can see proper ventilation techniques would have been imposed here. Number of lights would have been very less as the number of ACs also. Proper ventilation techniques.
Right. So whose fault is it now?
The designer facing fault and the building, when the building was constructed and when these things were installed, that has a lot of time gap between the.
I'll give you a parallel metaphorical and metaphor. To the field. I work in
So
crafts.
basically
Yeah.
a studio.
So we are currently doing a project in which we are documenting. Sozini crafts होता है, Sozini या फिर shawl करते हैं कि हम उसमें needle work embroidery होती है. जो fine वाली चीज़ को Sozini बोलते हैं. But आप कहीं पे भी देखो, everybody is celebrating the embroiderers. But we have to understand that embroiderer is only a laborer. Who's the craftsman and who's the artist behind it? For every carpet, we are always talking about the carpet weavers, the people who put the knots. But the people who write the design, where are they? They have not been celebrated, and we've lost those people. In crafts, I'm giving you a parallel sort of thought. जो हम चल रहे हैं ना अपनी लेगेसी की वजह से चल रहे हैं और डिजाइनर्स ने जो काम करके रखा है ना हम उसी को रिपीट और प्लस माइनस करके इफ यू लुक एट टुडेस शॉल्स दे आर आर्टिफिशियल उसमें सेंस ऑफ लेगेसी आती है लेकिन कोई कॉम्पोजिशन नहीं कोई बैलेंस नहीं है हार्मनी नहीं है कलर थ्योरी नहीं अप्लाई करते बिकॉज़ वी लॉस्ट दोस so to understand the design's importance in a business, in a traditional craft, in an institution, it's very immense. So we have to firstly acknowledge that we don't know. Then we can sort of slowly start asking questions of, okay, who can help us now? And how do we build this capacity? Because we just can't keep on copying things. Eventually, हम वो copy बन जाएंगे. मतलब हमारा thought process नहीं रहेगा. हमने कश्मीर में क्या चीज बनाती है? Our differences, our food. How much have we innovated in food? Food में मुझे लगता है सबसे ज़्यादा innovation. बाकी चीजों में बहुत कम innovation. And if we don't innovate, we become stale as a community. So creativity is very much required in all aspects of our lives, businesses, our tradition, our education. Design has to become the core. Creativity has to become the core. If we have to go forward, make a name for ourselves again. Everybody sort of agrees with me. Does somebody want to say no? This is wrong thinking. More questions? Any more questions from any one of you?
No, sir, in 90s or maybe beginning of the 21st, century, in Kashmir, people used to build their houses without consulting an architect or any of the experts. But after that, you can see the results. People have been consulting the right people, and there are very good structures. And there is considerable improvement in the structures, how we are planning interior design and everything. But in this case, I do completely agree with you that in our earlier days, we had very good, those what we used to carpets with very fine designs. But as the days are progressing, we are losing all those legendary crafts. But the reason is that those persons are not paid off properly. Even the laborer is not paid. That was the reason.
So, if we acknowledge it collectively and sort of try to understand and find solutions, I have solutions and examples for you from the carpet industry who are revering the ground and they are earning good money. The craftsmen are earning good money. There are examples around us. It's just that how do we as a community and not just maybe one, individual startups are also important because you can set an inspiration, but collectively as a crafts industry or as some other industry, how do we sort of become more mature is the question. So, like Sir said, people now consult again for things. People didn't.
Our future generation, this is our future generation, they can think those things are also very important. And a person as an entrepreneur can work on that and he can earn a very good, handsome amount of money. Because we have to properly plan those things. And the market for them is very good. Not
Consultation, yes.
in this part of the world, in other parts of the world.
Definitely.
Startups and other things, they can also think about those.
So startup is amazing because startup is a new forming institution. To change things in Kashmir University, it's very difficult now because the systems have been set for a long period of time, and to undo that, it's not easy. There will be a huge resistance. In startups, you can actually form the startup culture, and you have the page open to make and to keep these things as primary, to celebrate creativity, to have the innovative mindset. That could be the core fundamental drivers of your startups, and that will make the difference and show others the way.
See, I have been teaching in the Kashmir University from last 10 years. I can see some of people are very good in studies, some are mediocre, some are not interested in studies. But God has given gift to every student. He can excel in the startups, he can excel in the business, he can do something else. It's not necessary that everybody will be a doctor. It's not necessary that everybody has to be a scientist. A very good entrepreneur you can be. I have seen lots of students here, they have very good potential. So we have to develop this culture in our valley, and we have very good fertile ground.
And don't be afraid of switching from. I was in NIT Srinagar in 2010. I qualified for IOT and went to NIT. But then I felt this is not for me. So I changed my college, my education. And I chose design myself. And you can do it at any point of time, even after your graduation. So don't be bound to think that many post-career. Just you have to find something that motivates you for the entire life. So every day you're waking up motivated and working towards a goal. That will keep you motivated, that will become an inspiration for hundreds like you and then thousands like you. Yeah. So that's what it is about. You have to find the core drivers, and that comes through design also. Because you become keen observers. When you observe, you identify gaps, and then you see gaps better, you can form those solutions, and then run with it, to amazing heights.
Continue with this, I will say that we have to be, I'm talking about mostly about our students, we have to be sincere with us. Problem with us is that we are not sincere. We want to copy. We want to, in a short term, we want to be earning lots of money. If we go through a process, whatever fits for you, whether you are good in studies, whether you are good in business, anything you are good in, you can excel. I'm pretty sure that you can excel in every field. But we have to be sincere with ourselves. That's it. And same is the case with other parts. They are also doing well there. We have lots of opportunities in Valley also. We have lots of opportunities in other parts of our country. So we have to be sincere. We don't have to become a copy paste. every time that we want to write a research paper, we are always seeing what is it, we will do something. If we are really sincere in any field, I'm damn sure that we can cross any milestone.
Definitely. And please,
We have to execute ourselves. We have to put an effort.
but sir, I felt also last the main first thing is sort of acknowledgement of where you are, right? Where you have to go. Plus, it's confidence building. You know, in school, I was afraid to go on stage. I couldn't speak in front of 10 people, right? But when I went to design college, I saw people coming from all sorts of economic, socio-economic levels, culture, this. It exposes you and sort of pushes you. If they can do it, why can't we? The confidence is a must to develop. You shouldn't be afraid. You have one life. You can't spend it being afraid of things. So you have to go. Obviously, you have to be humble. You have to be supportive of other things. You don't have to be, arrogant about it. But you have to develop that confidence. No, I can do it, and that confidence also inspires. It's not just if you're a startup. If you have good energy, that is also very important to sort of impress and excite other people around. So I think I'll stop here. If still people have questions, they can ask now, or they can come to me personally. Also, I'll be here for another 15-20 minutes, so people can ask questions.
Can suggest some courses, sir.
For the early bit entrepreneurs who want to be good at designing and all that. Because at a certain stage, we have to manage all that things like own.
What is the process of learning a good design?
For early stage entrepreneurs, you mean to say low cost.
Platforms available for them so that they can.
I get that. These days, obviously, lots of people who are definitely interested in design and want to take design forward. Even after your engineering, you can do a master's in design. And there are lots of colleges which offer masters of design courses to engineers. And that is a very amazing combination because they've already learned the technical bits, then they apply the design layer on top of it. So that would be the first thing. But if you're an entrepreneur, obviously you can't sort of do a full course or whatever it is. But you can do online, there are also resources. But what I would suggest is to all of you, start with a series. There are 2 series on YouTube you can access just to get a glimpse and then dive deeper into it. One is called Genius of Design. It was a series of documentaries done by BBC back in the day. It's called Genius of Design. So write it down. So it will give you a glimpse of what design is about and how designers think and what it is about. And then there's also one called Abstract. It's on Netflix and it's on YouTube also. So you can access that. And there are lots of now these that will give you a broader context of what field of design you want to work in. Then specifically, if you find graphics to be your area, so then you can look at online graphic design courses and be AI literate now because AI is very important, but don't forget the fundamentals. Yeah, fundamentally, you use AI as a supporting agent, but not something that drives the master. So don't make the mistake of letting it drive your thoughts. So you build your thoughts, your knowledge base, and then take help from different things. Yeah. Any other questions? I think we're done. If still anybody has questions, they can directly come to me. We can speak.
It was nice. Sajad. Yeah. Sajad. Sajad. Yeah, we need
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, Anand, sir, yesterday project किया बना उसने sir मंथली भी आपने सेक्शन very अच्छा समाज में sir some of the project भी अलग बेटा
Here MIT family. But please announce on the mic. Activity on this.
Yeah, it's not sure.
अच्छा ये क्या एक तो है ये एक पांच ईयर एक्टिविटी की है
Make sure you mark your attendance for this session, otherwise you will mark it. If you have please sit down at your places so that you will be marked present. Be sure at the end of each day, you will fill up that Google form for your feedback.
आप आए थे ना
Second first color
IOT कैंपस, आप आए थे IOT वालों के साथ, आपने क्या नहीं की थी ना?
Okay.
हाँ कल आई
नहीं नहीं, जब आप आए पहले,
वही ना वही विजिट हो रही है। हाँ वही
जब आप
खुद
पहले
गए थे
दिन आए
पहले
आए
दिन
थे, आपको किसी ने
क्या किया था कॉलेज की तरफ से। ओके ओके नहीं मतलब इनका
Sajad,
क्या करिए
cave ना
यस 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 Kasama gitu. Saya kari support. यहाँ से डाल Sakit. आप ठीक हो? क्या दलिया? अच्छा ठीक। क्या कहाँ पहुँचा? चल रहा है। कहाँ है? NIT के न्यूजन में। अभी क्या है ना कि हमारे को हमको मूव करना पड़ा ना वहाँ से। हम पहले NIT में थे इंक्यूबेटर। अब वो तो मुझे पता है। सेटअप नहीं पे था। अभी मतलब जितना होता है थोड़ा बहुत काम करने के लिए वहाँ पर भी था। ये देखते तो क्या करेंगे? अगर आपको वहाँ की लैब्स होता है, there is no issue with no harm in taking that, right? Because option
जबरवन गेस्ट हाउस जो जा रहे हैं उनके लिए कार्ट वेट कर रही है लंच के लिए।
लंच रेडी है? लंच रेडी?
हाँ वहाँ आपके लिए कार्ट रेडी है, वो गेस्ट हाउस आपको ड्रॉप करेंगे।
जस्ट 2 मिनट्स में। हाँ इमरान, तो अगर आपको वहाँ की लैब चाहिए वो तो ऑप्शन भी है मैम से आपको वैसा कुछ तो लीगैलिटी मत जैसे मैं बता सकता हूँ क्या से पता सकते
सही उसमें बेसिकली हम ऑफिशियली है ना, हम ऑफिशियली न्यू जेनी दिखा रहे हैं।
ऑप्शनली आपको न्यूजन में भी इंक्लूडेड होना यू आर जेनेसिस में होना आप जेनेसिस वहाँ पे क्या है आपका विजन कॉस्मोस।
हाँ
इसका लगा
स्टारलाइट डायनामिक्स है न्यू जेनी में।
हाँ वहाँ ना वहाँ NIT में
विजन कॉस्मोस
ना मेक इट क्लियर एंड क्रिस्प
सेपरेट कर देंगे।
यस वो कर लो ना वो आप कर लो क्योंकि जैसे कि पता कर लिया यूनिवर्सल प्लस की मतलब यू नो वन थिंग जो आप तो करना चाह रहे हैं उससे ज्यादा होते हैं तो बुरा
बिल्कुल सही।
मतलब यू नो मैम का नेचर आपको पता ही है शी वोंट स्टॉप मतलब अगर पूरी दुनिया भी बोली शी वोंट स्टॉप जेन्युइन गाइस इनका सही है इसीलिए मतलब कोई बोलेगा स्टेलर डायनामिक्स आना ना आपकी पोस्ट हुआ था ना वो
उस लड़की ने क्या था टेंशन नहीं कर पाई।
हाँ she was ill informed basically right चलो ओके ऑल द बेस्ट
इंशाल्लाह करते हैं। मैं फिर भी आई एम प्रेजेंटेशन देखियो कि उसमें न्यू जेन के लोग
मैं ना प्रेजेंटेशन में सेशन है आई थी वो स्पेस जो की
ना अच्छा बेसिकली बहुत फ्रेंड है उधर के लोग ने इसके साथ शेयर स्पेस है। इसके अलावा भी उसका फायदा खुला है आपका बस फायदा है
न्यू जेन में आपको देना स्पेस
न्यू जेन में आपको बस लैब है ऑफिस स्पेस नहीं है।
ये ठीक है तो कुछ नहीं
जो हमारा पहला ये था ट्रेड सारा हमको वैक्यूम चेंबर ही हरा था 2 लाख
आपको पहले ट्रेन होते थे
हाँ वहाँ आपको 50% तो वो सारा लगभग वो तो पूरे इसमें से राइट की बात
कुछ क्या
हाँ
सब तो गया वो
ठीक है ना मैं देखता हूँ।
Excuse me, guys. Any problem? There's a very important announcement from Warman Foundation. Make sure that every one of you is done with all the activities on the portal by today only. You have the 12 a.m. That means by 11 tonight by 11 p.m. you must be done. The evaluation of those presentations will be held tomorrow, inshallah, and there will be a team of evaluators which have been organized by IDE Zakura only. So make sure each and every activity is done by IOT, okay? And we have one more session left that will be taken in the afternoon. That is financial literacy and financial basics. And you have to participate the activity live during that very session live. And there will be a simulation exercise during that session. So please don't miss that session. Thank you so much.
Kelas ilmu istana unke paper ne message da. Yachu raat ti gopa shuru patte degra siri panisari. Chama masikas.
Hello, assalamualaikum. Sir, yours was the HDMI cable in my hand. You should never ask for this.
फिर bu sözde diyor o reprimade eğitim ekibinin için bu sözde diyor ya. तो ये मछली है तो 1.5 मीटर I'm allowed to make it. ठीक है that is break time first वो जब मैं can की तो not break time और फिर योर HDMI केबल से GT था HDMI केबल हो मैडम है ना नेबरियम तमनी HDMI केबल खोज हाँ ये अच्छा कहाँ 2 मीटर से कहाँ 10 मीटर 10 मीटर 10 मीटर 2 मीटर 2 मीटर क्या ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट पे याद लाएगी तो आज बच्चा तो इसको दो इसको वाला कि मुझे ना ये स्टोरेज बेटा यहाँ से ख्याल रखना पीछे से या पर ये नहीं चल रही
It's not working. ये चल नहीं रहा है. हाँ इससे. आराम से आराम से. आराम से तो ये नहीं चल रहा बेटा. ये ऊपर से चढ़ो ऊपर यहाँ पर. नहीं यहाँ पर कोई चार्जर नहीं चल रहा.
And then you mark your presence for this session. Where is the pending? You can mark here.
नाम सांगे स्त्री विद्या
Mister? Hele Asya us na temission ki machi hoya ye machi wa bia no vanchi ma bia so shi malaba ye zumit ha ye sakat lagi su ke na shwatan laptop se na zona ho laptop itu şu bu HDMI bana aşıya natuk mu classroom asıl için HDMI ki var işte tutu koyuyor yani. Machine laptop brimas. Atul üstüne Here is a seminar room, a conference room is not as HDMI cable. What? I think we should have a काम का नजर ये शरीर चेंज कमरस में टाइप में क्या न ताजे जीट यार किसी दिन बैक का पे तुझे ऐसे जरूरी है मैं बने बदल की है क्या कुछ अलग सॉल्यूशन बस खातर अगर और पे गए बात से पाका या उसके से ना आमस उसको निकल Emi temos mulher laptop so que tem uma tá tudo com steel body tem mas tá bem não. Это чулка. Сара до того фейм de машину. Para nos preto do feiем машину. Você para ir de पड़ेगा mas vai. ये था पर एक पड़ेगा mas वाला. आज वो दुनिया की सब है तो ये मत सेशन आज जोड़ी बजे मैं मतलब पास के स्टेशन पर पास उसके एक्चुअली बंद ही कर और उसमें पिछला पास के स्टेशन उसले को खुद पर सूत्र मतलब ये सब केवल हर सीएससी चलेगी तो विषय का तो कुछ खुद पर लाजमी है ऐसा चीज पास किया पास आपको आकाश है ठीक है अच्छा ये फुल स्क्रीन है क्या बताएं अच्छा वो साइड से हम ब्लैक हाँ राइट क्लिक का स्क्रीन इसका था Otus show controls oh it's more tools like show controls actually want show controls summarize print save feedback Coroma के छह नहीं आके screenshots, more tools, view page source, inspect visuals, translate English, QR code, coding. Huh? उनका शायद चेक जवाब बैठे देखो था वो कच बस
Atendek ya, bukan ini.
Sure, tough. Huh? Sure, can't. Catch. Catch. Ya şu bu. चलो चलो ठीक है वहाँ वाता सी जल्दी ना
आपने पॉज किया क्या
हाँ पॉज और फिर मुझे भेजिए 7
Yatacağız abi.
Yaptık işi biraz
Sıcağı da değil. Pretty much sold project.
Sold.
Hani अगर shift करो तो चलिए याद करो shift याद
Ne tel kalon di ukun
हाँ तो मैं स्प्लिट करना so मैं बस करूँ थी
तो ना जाती तो मैं sprint out Pictures azeri में तो बकर पानी कम में सक
hadi go in
आज कुछ गई है जी वो पादी
काम होगा ना यहाँ
Bag, taken statements. Leech. The crew lunch?
So करो आप करो ना सुबह खाने में खाता हूँ बस चाय चलती रहती है खाना चाय चाय उसको
बस तीसरी
काम
काम एनर्जी के साथ
शाम शाम बस शाम में ब्रोड के फ्रूट्स तो शाम में
फ्रूट्स जरूरी
सिर्फ इंसान का लाइफ रोजान कुछ बस आम तो सही यूरिक एसिड बस कोलेस्ट्रॉल
बटर शाम की इसकी शुगर वगैरह से कट कर
शुगर इसमें बहुत शुगर
कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स उल्टे करना
शाम के बाद से खाना इंसान सब
जाएगा एनर्जी या सुले पान खाते सही तेल इसकी कट कर तेल ज़्यादा हाँ कुछ खाओ सोया
ऐसे खाना ये सब हो रहा है
सोया रिफाइंड
बेशक में
मस्टर्ड
अच्छा तो जो मस्टर्ड कार
दुख का सांस
हेलो
देख के
से याद क्या mission वाला मैच है ठीक है मुझे कल
और आउटपुट
चल नहीं रहा वो चल रहा
वो भी नहीं चल रहा वो
कुछ जल्दी रोज तो बिल्कुल
फिर मग करना
Okay. Human-centric approach to the problems being faced by the society, right? Okay. Anyone else? What is design thinking? What is design thinking? Girls, what is design thinking? क्या समझा आपने डिजाइन थिंकिंग से? कुछ भी नहीं समझा. What is design thinking? Yeah. How to identify a problem? Good. Anything else? Ma'am discussed one of the very important concept of empathy. What is empathy? चलिए काम कर लीजिए आप. आपके पास नोट पैड है ना सबके पास? एक एक पन्ना काट दीजिए आप. एक एक पन्ना काट दीजिए अपने नोट पैड से. हर कोई ब्लैंक पन्ना, ब्लैंक पेज, हर कोई प्लीज. काटा. So do one thing. Make a bag to the person sitting next to you. समझ आया? क्या बनाना है? बैग बनाना है जो भी आपके नेक्स्ट में बंदा है बंदी बैठी है उसके लिए. Make a bag for the person sitting next to you. Bag, bag, B-A-G, bag. What bag? Bag, bag. What bag? Yeah? Everyone is with me? Here. With this page, make a bag for the person sitting next to you. I mean, please keep quiet. Can you what? Exact.
2:33.
You have got 7 minutes. In 7 minutes, make a bag for the person sitting next to you. आप बना के पेपर बैठो पेपर का पन्ना ऐसा. In 7 minutes, done. Whosoever is done, he or she may raise his or her hand. No discussion. Done? Who is done? Who is done? Last row, anyone who is done? Last row, anyone done? Here. Done? Are done? 1, 2, anyone else? Done? Right row. किसका हो गया? किसका हुआ? आपका नहीं हुआ? नहीं हुआ? किसका हो गया? Cover 1. Get up. Anyone else? कितना टाइम बचा हमें? 4 मिनट?
अभी एक ही मिनट
हुआ. You are done? Come here. Don't show to them. Come here.
5 मिनट तक तो पता नहीं क्या होगा. 5 मिनट तो ज्यादा है. 5 मिनट ज्यादा है इसके लिए.
नहीं बना रहे हैं अभी पेज ही फाड़ रही है.
बनाने दीजिए.
अभी कोई पेज की पेज में नहीं दे रहा है. Done? Keep it on the table. Come on, done? Girls up over there? Up over there? Come forward.
अब कोई नहीं हो गया.
I need 5 volunteers. Second, up over. यहाँ से किसका हुआ? इस साइड से किसका हुआ? IOT ज़कूरा से किसका नहीं हुआ?
आगे आइए.
किसी का हुआ यहाँ से? Anyone? Come here.
Hello.
Good. I need 2 more volunteers. 2 girls. One from this side, one from that side. 2 girls. Quickly. One more girl from that side. One more girl. अब आ जाओ, हो गया आपका? What are you doing?
3 minutes. 1 minute. Two more minutes.
Yeah, 3 more minutes.
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Okay, raise your hands. Whosoever have done it, raise your hands, please. नहीं हुआ? भाई आपको नहीं बनाया गया सामने, हो गया? नहीं हुआ? बैग नहीं बना? Done? Okay. So now, concentrate, please. Who was the girl or boy next to you? Huh? Is correct?
This is a phone.
Now, one by one, each one is going to derail about the different product features.
Switch here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Switch here.
कुछ चीज है
जैसे कि मैंने ये मेरे साथ
Go the one.
So, content management. आपको इस बैग की जरूरत थी? नहीं थी? Please keep in mind there was no need from the customer side of this bag. Second, activity का मकसद क्या था? The person who was sitting next to you. No, I don't need your state phone है.
maximize
उसके लिए है? ये आपके लिए है? ये आपके लिए है? आपको चाहिए बैग? You need it? देखना. आपसे पूछा इसने कि कैसा बैग चाहिए? नहीं. Thank you, very good. Point number 2. What was the mistake in number 1? There was no need. There was no इनकार कर दिया ना. Number 2. There was no consultation with the customer. Number 2. समझ आया? Are you getting it? Number 2 लिखा बच्चों.
ये बैग जो बनाया मैंने अपने क्लाइंट के लिए बनाया क्योंकि आप यासिर जा रहे हो तो क्या है काफी टाइम हमारा लैब में जाएगा तो ये इसके लिए नहीं कि कोई ग्रोसरी खाने के लिए कुछ
आपको बैग की जरूरत है? What is it all about? क्या किसके लिए है? क्या बैग है? किस मटेरियल का बना है? पेपर का बना है? ग्रोसरी के लिए?
फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हमें ग्रोसरी के लिए चाहिए तो हम कर सकते हैं
आपको ग्रोसरी के लिए बैग चाहिए था?
लेकिन अभी के लिए ये डिजाइन नहीं है.
Look, what's your name? Yasir and Shahid, they are unknown to each other. You are not friends here, right? Shahid is taking a bag. You are the buyer. आपको ग्रोसरी के लिए चाहिए, बट इसके पीछे किसी और तरीके से किया. इससे व्यापार स्टार्टअप हमें इन बैग्स की जरूरत है. मिस्टेक नंबर 4. व्हाट इज मिस्टेक? मिसमैच बिटवीन डिमांड एंड सप्लाई. समझ आ रहा है? हम क्या कर रहे हैं? We are actually trying to conceptualize the concept of design thinking. Okay? Mistake number 1 क्या थी? What was the mistake number 1? There was no demand from customer side, no need. Mistake number 2. Mistake number 2 क्या थी?
No consultation from the customer. No consultation from the
No
customer.
consultation with customer. Mistake number 3. Mismatch between demand and supply. आपको नहीं थी वो चिप्स कर ले. मुझे पता है आमिर इज माय फ्रेंड, ही इज फॉन्ड ऑफ च्यूइंग गम. क्या मैंने उससे पूछा आपको चिप्स वाला बैग चाहिए? पूछा था आपने मुझे चिप्स वाला बैग है? Just rapper, is this rapper? Is it dustbin? Is it dustbin? No, no. You said bacha इसमें जो chips खाते हैं wrappers इसमें रखी then is it scrap bag? इसमें zipper है कहाँ है zipper? Okay. Can you identify any mistake in this? Huh? She's saying, the girl is saying, our find is small of chips, whatever वगैरह जो भी बच जाते हैं इसमें Are you getting it? किस मटेरियल का बना है? पेपर? Okay. Thank you so much. Final one. अब you have? आप क्या कस्टमर? आप भी बिजनेस? वो तो आपको बताया ना कौन सी मिस्टेक बता ना? हाँ.
तो ये बैग मैंने अपने टीममेट के लिए बनाया है वो बैग क्या एक जो क्या ये कैरी बैग है उसके पास ना किड्स है लेकिन उसके पास कोई भी कैरी बैग नहीं है तो मैंने इसके लिए बनाया नो
Joseph.
See, guys, please come. इस एक्टिविटी का मकसद था हमें डिजाइन थिंकिंग को इनकलकेट करना. There were 3 fundamental mistakes which every Tom, Dick and Harry is going to do or is doing. Number 1 mistake is we rush up things. We don't consult with the customer segment, right? We don't consult with the customer segment. What is the demand basically, right? So, if we are not aware about the demand, can we produce anything? Can we go with the offering? If the market is not responding, that means demand analysis hasn't been taken place at the very first step, right? Mistake number 2 is I was manufacturing the bags. This startup was manufacturing the bags, but he was not knowing who his or her customer is basically, right? There was complete mismatch. Okay. In bag number 3, the intention of the company was different and the utility for which the consumer was going to use it was totally different, right? There was also a mismatch. And in bag number 4th startup, yeah, there was a little bit, although that was after all the 3 mistakes were identified, there was a little bit clarity, but not too much. And in number 5, bag number 5, I like this because it was made from jute. Okay, sustainable product, right? So, when we go back to design thinking, the first and foremost step was empathy. What is empathy all about? You have to put yourselves in the shoes of the customer, isn't it? Isn't it? भाई हमें समझना है ना उसका pain point. When we are in the market with any service or with any product or with any offering, we have to actually visualize ourselves as a customer first, isn't it? When we visualize ourselves as a customer, only we can actually give a solution to the problem which is being faced by the customer. Right? Okay, that's it. Now, going ahead. Here is the title, Disciplined Entrepreneurship. What is disciplined entrepreneurship? Who among you is here in the startup ecosystem for the past 6 months? कौन है 6 महीनों से? शाबाश. What's your name? Shahid. Okay, please. Are you a disciplined entrepreneur? Not yet. Why? Okay. Do you call yourself an entrepreneur?
Yes, I call myself as an entrepreneur, but not disciplined.
Why not disciplined entrepreneur?
A disciplined entrepreneur will want to design.
There are hiccups like you have to manage your studies as well. You have to attend classes as well. And if you are going to devote some time to study, that might alter your course of entrepreneurship, right? Anyone else who calls himself or herself an disciplined entrepreneur? Who is it? Anyone among you disciplined entrepreneur? Are you? कोई नहीं है जो स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में ऑलरेडी 6-7 महीनों से यश आर यू डिसिप्लिन एंटरप्रेन्योर यश ठाकुर व्हाट इज नेम इसका नाम यश है ना आर यू डिसिप्लिन एंटरप्रेन्योर व्हाई but you were there in IIT Jammu last year also almost 18 months have lapsed from that was a different project you left that you are working on some new project right now. Okay. See, a disciplined entrepreneur is one who has a very clear cut idea in his mind and he is working on grooming or polishing of that idea, right? And when you talk of disciplined entrepreneurship, you have a blueprint. What is blueprint? What is blueprint? You have a rough sketch, right? Then you have the design in your mind. And that design is developing that purely only by proper consultation with your target customer, with proper consultation with your mentors, with proper consultation with the people from the field, with proper consultation from both macro and micro views, that is from industry as well as from sector, and then you are building same and then you are scaling it up. So disciplined entrepreneurship has got 3 fundamental phases. Kitne phases hai? What is the first phase?
Design.
Then this product design. What is product building? You are actually giving a tangible shape to the idea. That rough idea you are giving it a tangible shape. Is anyone here dealing with service sector, intangibility, service में कोई है? For example, कोई सॉफ्टवेयर बना रहा है, that is service software as a service, या कोई कंसल्टेंसी कर रहा है, सारे प्रोडक्ट वाले हैं, होटल में सबने प्रोडक्ट बनाए हैं, सर्विस मॉडल किसी का नहीं है, आपका सर्विस मॉडल है? दो, so what is your this service design basically? What are you doing? Okay.
तो हम ऐसी सर्विस प्रोवाइड करते हैं जिसकी वजह से उनकी सक्सेस रेट बढ़ती है.
Okay.
उनको ट्रांसपेरेंट डॉक्यूमेंटेशन प्रोवाइड करते हैं.
Insurance success rate. Okay. You are app based or website based? Website based means software as a service वैसे उस सेक्टर में देख सकते हैं आप.
मेरा डिजिटल सेफ्टी ऐप है.
That is service sector as well, software as a service. Okay, so then what's it exactly? आपने आपका प्रोटोटाइप वगैरह रेडी है? Okay, कोई प्रोडक्ट वाला जिसका प्रोडक्ट रेडी है, जो कल प्रोटोटाइप बना रहा था, जिसका प्रोडक्ट MVP किसी का रेडी है? मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट रेडी है आपका? मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट रेडी है? Just ready for it? Herbal tea. Not a herbal tea. Okay. Okay. Market में कैसे हो गए?
तो मार्केट में लीजिए हमारे
minimum viable product we can just do it. Yes. Okay. You are not yet in the market. Okay. See. Phase first phase that is first phase is design phase. Designing your what you are actually doing in this phase. You have an idea. जो design thinking वाला था ना, design thinking वाला पहला सेशन plus idea आपके पास है, अभी idea सबके पास, मैंने idea दिया था, कौन सा idea दिया था? You are supposed to design a bag, right? So सबसे पहले सी हमें कस्टमर की डिमांड देखनी थी. ये सारे बैग्स आपको होमोजेनियस टाइप लगे ना? Bismillah. These are different. See, he's fine, he's fine. See here, this was different. So इसका design ये क्या दर्शाता है आपको? Like that, girls, what's it? What's it? क्या बोलते हैं इसको? इस बैग को बोलते क्या? हाँ? Handbag? Handbag. What's the point here behind this? किसने बनाया ये? See, उसके दिमाग में आया कि the customer, we can call her the customer. She's every now and then she's carrying a bag like this with her. So उसके दिमाग में आया कि मुझे ऐसा बैग इसके लिए बनाना चाहिए. But without digging deeper, without going to exercise, without consulting her, without asking whether she needs it or not, isn't it? So that is resource waste, is it? Isn't it? भाई उन्होंने बैग बनाया but that was basically resource waste. उसको इन बैग्स की जरूरत ही नहीं है क्योंकि जब उसने देखा कि customer, the target customer rather, she is carrying similar bag every now and then. That means she is having this kind of bags, isn't it? So that was miscalculation, isn't it? That was resource waste basically. So when we do the problem identification after designing, we do the problem identification. We identify that problem that's viable to capitalize upon, isn't it? Unless and until the problem is being catered by somebody else, why should we go into that sector? Isn't it? I can feel blank faces. Are you getting it? What I am saying? Are you getting it? No? Yeah. What? When we are going with the design, product design, we must make sure we are not wasting the resources, we are capitalizing or we are spending our precious resources only in that sector wherein there is scarcity or where there is huge demand. We have to carve out our niche market. What is niche market? What is niche market? What is market? लास्ट वाले मैंने सेकंड डे में आपको बताया था ना 5 एम्स उसमें आता है एक मार्केट व्हाट इज मार्केट यस व्हाट इज मार्केट यहाँ पर प्रोडक्ट सेल करते हैं दैट इज फ्रॉम मार्केटिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू स्टार्टअप पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से क्या है मार्केट व्हाट इज मार्केट या एंड व्हाट इज मार्केट फ्रॉम स्टार्टअप पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू व्हाट इज मार्केट वेरी गुड एक्सीलेंट हु सेड दिस यस. The market is a target customer. You have to look, is your target customer ready to buy your own product or not? Is he or she ready to buy your offering? We can call it off. Why offering? Because sometimes it can be a service, sometimes it can be product, sometimes it can be both. Can you give me an example where it is both? Both service as well as product. For example, I am selling a motor bicycle.
Like you are making a model.
Model.
And then you have to provide
after sales service. Example, अभी existing example. Okay, excellent. For example, if we are buying a car, we have to make sure यहाँ पे कश्मीर में why there is huge demand for Maruti Suzuki cars. Anyone? Reliable. Who said this? And is Hyundai not reliable? Is Tata not reliable? Is Ford not reliable? Economical. One point economic. Another. Low service cost. And every Union corner of both cities, big towns, and even villages, there are service centers of this range. और Maruti Suzuki के service centers सारे हर जगह है. So that means they make sure when we are designing, when we are going for the product building phase, that phase number 2, we have to make sure that we are into the service sector. We have after sales service as well. So यहाँ पे design क्या है? Personalization की बात आई ना? ये जो activity आपने करी ना, आपने अपने person जो आपका next बैठा हुआ है, बैठी हुई है, उससे पूछा ही नहीं. अगर आप उससे पूछते भाई, आपको कैसा बैग चाहिए? What kind of bag do you actually require? सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन क्या होना चाहिए? जरा इसको चेक करो. कभी नहीं. सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए, do you need a bag? Means in order to visualize whether there is market demand. Number 2 question, what kind of bag? दूसरा क्वेश्चन क्या होना चाहिए? कैसा बैग? हैंड बैग, स्पोर्ट्स बैग, लैपटॉप बैग और some other kind of bag, grocery bag, isn't it? So third question must have been material. किस मटेरियल का चाहिए? Which material? Sustainable material. Unless and until you are not going with the sustainable development goals, your business is going to collapse in the near future. Achha, who will tell me what is goal number 12 in SDGs? परसों slide चली थी ना sustainable developmental goals. What is goal number 12? Goal 12 क्या है? कितने goals है total? ये कब achieve करने हैं? Achieving them or without achieving them? So what is the fun of keeping them there? Why has United Nations invested huge sum of money on this SDGs? Why? Do you remember before these SDGs were incorporated, there used to be Millennium Developmental Goals? Prior to 2015, we were having Millennium Developmental Goals. Then they were replaced by SDGs, Sustainable Developmental Goals. What is goal number 12? अभी तक किसी ने सर्च नहीं मारा. So, what is this responsible consumption and production? Responsible consumption, responsible production and consumption. Responsible production and consumption. What does that mean? We have to produce responsibly. That means our production process in startup culture. We are into startup culture, right? We are understanding the entrepreneurial standards. So means in entrepreneurship in startups, we have to make sure that our product is being manufactured, being generated, being fabricated with the use of those resources which are not going to harm our environment, which are not going to deteriorate our environment, or which are not going to deteriorate our ecological balance, right? So that is responsible production. Now what is responsible consumption? Responsible consumption क्या आएगा? For example, किसी ने बताया ठाकुर College, what are you doing? You are making a digital safety app. So इसका जो ये तो app इसमें कोई प्रोडक्ट की एग्जांपल बताओ. आप बना रहे हो ना herbal. So this is basically responsible production. अब इसका responsible consumption कैसे होगा? Very good. And responsible production में इसका जो packaging material हम use करेगा ये ना that should not be polythene. क्या कर सकते हो इसके बदले? किसमें ला रहे हो आप? पेपर बैग में ला सकते हो, लाया नहीं? Very good. So means you are the exercise, discipline, entrepreneurship, we can call it. The design itself should speak that we are going with responsible production and consumption, right? So this personalization is basically making the things exactly as per the needs and demands of the customers, aspirations of the customers, right? Then there is phase number 2. What is phase number 2? Building the product. Basically now giving it a tangible shape. अभी तक आपके दिमाग में था you are going with this herbal drink. Now you are actually making the herbal drink. That is building phase. ये है ना, पहले इंसेप्शन आ गया, आइडिएशन होगी, एम्पैथी होगी, एम्पैथी के बाद आइडिएशन हो गया, आइडिएशन के बाद क्या होता है? What is the next phase? That is you are building the product. You are giving a physical shape to your idea. Is it? So when we are going in a disciplined fashion, only we can call we are in entrepreneurship. Which entrepreneurship? Disciplined entrepreneurship. So phase number 2, you are building the product, or you have to make sure you are also building it with those materials which are not harming our environment, which are not harming our economy, which are not harming our social fabric, right? So there must be three-dimensional sustainability associated with our production process. So recently there has been fourth dimension to sustainability. Three P's आपको पता है? Three P's of sustainability. Triple bottom line approach.
People, profit, and
Oh yes.
people, profit, and
Planet. Planet. Yes. Planet is environmental sustainability. People is social sustainability. And profit is economic sustainability. What does that mean? Means your product should be able to give, sustain in the market, give you what? The product should be able to give you dividends for a longer period of time. ऐसा नहीं कि 6 महीने तक मेरा प्रोडक्ट चला, 6 के बाद नहीं चला, that is profit is dip, is it? That is with sustainability, profitability. That is economic sustainability. This is another very important dimension. That is governance sustainability. What do you mean by governance sustainability? सुना है? Fourth pillar, very important pillar. This was lately incorporated by Food and Agriculture Organization, FOA, one of the major wings of UN. तो उन्होंने क्या कहा? Unless and until there is governance, there is proper management, we won't be able to sustain the other three P's. That is governance sustainability. So in startup culture, what is this governance sustainability? It is the management. It is the proper management of resources, be it human resource or non-human resource. Getting it? Done? So designing is done, phase number 1 is done in discipline of entrepreneurship, then phase second is building. Actually giving the tangible shape. किस चीज की tangible shape देनी है? जो आइडिया हमने बनाया ना उसकी tangible shape. Like now, phase number 3 is scaling up. What is scaling up? What is scaling up? You are actually lifting it off. अभी आपका plane उड़ान ले रहा है. That means your business is now going to grow. You are actually entering the market. वहां पे प्रोटोटाइप वगैरह मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट हो गया, बीटा टेस्टिंग हो गई, प्रोडक्ट आ गया, अब आप मार्केट में आ गए हो. Scaling up is you are actually in the field now. You are actually in the scene now. अब आप समुद्र में आ गए हो. छलांग आपने मारी, किसने मारी है छलांग? मार्केट में. Are you with me? So this is the third phase. Scale up means third phase. For example, venture. आपने क्या venture यश? Incubator. If you are ready with the incubator, that is going to be launched in the market. चाहे आप hospitals के साथ टाइप करो या NGOs के साथ टाइप करो, जब आपने प्रोडक्ट एक्चुअल में भेजा किनको? किसी इंस्टीट्यूट को. एग्जांपल 15 हॉस्पिटल जुम्मू को आपने भेज दिया ना. That means you are now scaling it up. अभी जरा इसको जगह हो. Now see, you are actually scaling up means you are venturing in the market. Okay, yeah, this is phase number 3. See, this slide answers all the 3 important questions. So question number 1, what the primary question being answered by design phase is, what is the product, or what is my offering, or what is my solution to the customer pain point, or what is my point in being in the market. Is it okay? So design phase answers why I am in the market. Okay, now what is core technology here being used? That's personalization. That was the funda of that bag value activity. Okay, and what is the operational focus? That is user fit. जहाँ पे मैंने बताया था minimum viable product. Why should anyone purchase from a particular company? Why should Mr. X purchase from YZ company? Is it clear? Now, phase number 2 answers, does it work? Does it work? जो मैंने idea conceptualize किया, does it really work? Clear? Can I give a tangible shape to this idea? Am I able to actually making it? Yes. Am I actually able to test it in the market? Am I actually able to generate revenue out of it in the market? Right? Then the core technology here is functionality and unless and until your product or your service is unique or is adding value to the customers, it can't be sustained in the market. It can't be said to be sustainable in the market, right? So it must be reliable. It must operate up to maximum functionality, and its performance should be more in comparison to the already existing solutions in the market, right? Done. And what is the operational focus here? System architecture. Basically, we are now giving the tangible shape to the design phase. Now, third question is scaling up. We are going in the market. Now, who will be my buyer? जब मैंने एक्सरसाइज नंबर 1 से A से लेके Z तक से ही करी होगी, तभी तो मुझे टारगेट कस्टमर का पता चलेगा ना। परसों वाले इसमें लेक्चर में बताया था, सेशन में बताया था, 10 Samsung. What is that? Total. Second is yes, and SOM is yes. What? Obtainable market का जो portion है, total market में से जो पूछे है ना, that is my buyer will be there only. My target customer will be there only, and I have to make sure that I have to position myself. What is positioning? What is positioning? आपने अभी recently लास्ट टाइम में जो ओलंपिक्स हुए थे ना, वहां पे शूटिंग वाला वो ज्यादा वायरल हुआ था ना, क्यों? उसने वो पीपीओ किट नहीं पहना था ना, कुछ भी नहीं। Why was the guy from? He was from which country? Very good. वो क्यों फेमस हुआ था? उसने एक इशारा बराबर स्ट्राइक किया था ना। That is positioning. Positioning is creating a unique image in the minds of your potential customers. आपका आइडिया बिल्कुल क्रिस्प में क्लियर होना चाहिए, वो टारगेट को हिट करना चाहिए। फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर आप सॉफ्टवेयर लेके आ रहे हो, सो आपका कॉम्पिटिटर है, डायरेक्ट कॉम्पिटिटर इज पेप्सी है ना, एस्टैब्लिश्ड प्लेयर्स। जब आप यूनिक के माइंड्स के कस्टमर्स के माइंड्स में ये इमेज बनाओगे कि योर प्रोडक्ट इज ऑल टुगेदर डिफरेंट, इज अ हेल्दी ड्रिंक प्लस इट हैज गॉट द फीचर्स ऑफ अ सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक, क्या आपको नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा रही है? इट इज नॉट कार्बोनेटेड ड्रिंक, राइट? इट्स अ हेल्दी ड्रिंक, लेकिन आपका सारा फोकस सॉल्व कर रहा है, दैट इज पोजीशनिंग। ओके, देन देयर इज targeting advertising. This targeted advertisement is basically positioning. Okay, now what is the operational focus here? You have to acquire more and more customers, you have to generate more and more sales, you have more and more revenue out of the market. Only then you can sustain. Okay, the three fundamental or core pillars of disciplined entrepreneurship is first is design, that is design thinking. Okay, then knowing your customer, and phase number 2, that is building, that's actually scaling up, building your minimum viable product, and third phase is scaling up, that is actually turning the design into a viable and tangible product in the market. Is it clear? Any question? So, as I said, the sustainability mechanism is incomplete unless and until there is a vision or watch over it. There is governance mechanism in it. Likewise, in disciplined entrepreneurship, there must be a governance overlay. That is protecting the framework. How do you people make sure that your idea is being protected? It is not being copied by anyone of your competitors. Very good. Patent is one of the examples. So patent making sure all my designs, all my fundamental electronics or whatsoever drawings or all my designs are saved from theft. अगर मैंने आपका आइडिया चुराया, that is basically a theft. चोरी हुई ना वो. So in order to make sure that my idea is secure, my idea is copyrighted, I go for intellectual property rights, IPR, patent, design, copyright, trademark. Okay, so. And there is also data ethics, training guidelines, and privacy policies that are not afterthoughts. There's a strict boundary line. For example, if I have a strict policy in my organization, in my startup, that no insider talk should be shared. Right? These are the trade secrets, basically. So all these comes within the ambit of governance or within the ambit of management sustainability. Okay? Done. So. In this short session, we identified there are 3 fundamental phases in discipline entrepreneurship, and we have to make sure from phase number 1 to phase number 3, at each and every phase, the sustainability mechanism is maintained. In design phase, in building phase, and in scaling up phase. That's it. That's it. Okay. Thank you so much. Any question? Any question? क्वेश्चन तब नहीं आते यहाँ तक पूरा समझ आया होता है या कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया होता है. Any question from any side? No questions? No questions? Can I ask one question to all of you? What is governance sustainability? मैंने बताया ना 2-3 बार governance sustainability. What is it? हाँ? IPR or trademark, that is one part of the governance sustainability. Governance sustainability is making sure that all other sustainability pillars are met. Be it sustainability of profitability, that is economic sustainability, sustainability for planet, that is ecological sustainability, or sustainability for society, that is social sustainability. Okay? So, thank you so much. Thank you.
सर बजे साथ का
One more thing, guys. Are you done with all the activities on the Wadwani portal? If anyone faces some issue, he can come to us. Or make sure that each and every activity on Wadwani portal is completed by today only, right? क्योंकि जो भी आपकी evaluation होनी है ना, उसकी basis पे ही होनी है. ठीक है? Is clear? And keep in mind that all those ideas which might be evaluated with a good score or high score, they have got the potential from the ministry and Wadwani side. They can be further brushed up or they can get ample opportunities for funding as well. Okay? So आपको क्या करना है, जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज आपको दी जा रही है ना, साथ साथ सबको हो गया. अपनी फाइनेंस वाला सेशन रह जाता है, उसकी एक्टिविटीज के बगैर बाकी सारा हो गया. बाकी सारा हो गया. एवरीवन, बाकी सारा हो गया. और ऐसा कोई बंदा तो नहीं है या कोई दोस्त तो नहीं है जो जिसने अपनी रजिस्ट्रेशन तो करी है पोर्टल पे, लेकिन किसी वेंचर के साथ एसोसिएटेड नहीं है पोर्टल पे. Everyone of you is associated with some or other venture on the portal?
I have in WhatsApp that data.
Yes, sir. You want to say something?
Yeah.
You just
Make sure each one of you is done with activities that are there on the Wadwani portal by tonight only. हमने उसका milestone का लास्ट डेट आज का रखा है 11:59 पे. The portal will automatically go off there. फिर आप उस पर कुछ भी नहीं कर पाओगे. Okay? Thank you so much.
Facebook'ta da aslında pointers tek. आपको भी चाहिए हाँ जाना
पकड़ेगा
कहाँ से आऊँगा
बता रहा नहीं ऐसे कुछ चमाई के कोई कुछ नहीं इसी में मेरे पास ये मतलब इसी वालों हाँ ना Abid, Abid. Yapacağım. Yunus kartta işine eksi pages पे. Listen beyond page.
Yes.
Excel sheet.
Two.
What is this? What's this?
Lunes. Oh, ça semble.
Please post your best. There's one more announcement. Googling has WhatsApp group. There's the feedback.
ठीक है.
That as well as today only. Because only
need never.
once the
Can I
Googling
can't?
is filled, only those people will be able to
print out इसमें need never.
from the organizers. Okay? Thank you so much.
करियो. गोना इतने करियो. करूँ select method.
So control तो है सब yes. Google का control that will
No.
That's क्या है इसमें? ये किसकी लिंक किसकी?
इसका बांध दिए. इसका उन्हें शीट. अर्थ बांध दिए. WhatsApp शीट. WhatsApp अच्छी तरह से की. और एक
क्या है? कर्सर से कैसा हो रहा है? डबल माउस खराब शायद.
अगर कोई माउस सिस्टम it was bad.
Just do it down. Will you once come? As a print select number of cells.
Previous person.
Do you? Landscape करना है. फिर cancel दबाओ.
Cancel. Save me.
अच्छी दबाओ cancel.
Why did you get what right to work?
दबाओ cancel इस पे टिनेरा सिलवार है.
Let's you cancel the one second. I think it's like this. I was like, no.
Review करेंगे.
landscape community massive with setup.
तो दे देंगे आप चलिए अच्छा ये सब कॉपी पे
आजकल fit to one page. You can the X page पर
नीरो
पढ़ो
काफी फिट वन पे
इतनी प्रीव्यू प्रिंट दबाना प्रीव्यू प्रीव्यू करना पच्चा दिन ऑप्शन है पेज ठीक है कितनी चाहिए आपको
चीज जमा कर थोड़ा सा दस पे बोलता हूँ
हाँ यही fit to one go ये auto इसको portrait करो सनापति
Okay, good afternoon everyone. See, most of you are having doubts that you were unable to get your milestones.
इसमें बढ़ रहा हूँ थोड़ा
Completion certificate. Few of you were doing the venture activities directly without completing the courses. You have two parts over there. After the overview, you have the course content part as well as the venture journey. So first you have to start with the course content part. While doing the course content part, wherever the activity is applicable, it will directly take you to the venture activity.
It's not fit to one
So there
page
you will be completing the task for others.
अगर वो ये
Once after
impression
completion of that,
never way
it will prompt you whether you have to get back to the venture journey or the course content. So that time you have to click the venture journey, course content, and come back to course content, continue with the completion of the modules. So here for example, if I show you the module 2, lesson 1, this might be having a little mismatch with your modules. So I'm just for example I'm showing here. So in this, whatever is showing us mandatory. So the label is there for all the modules which is mandatory. So those mandatory sessions should be completed in order to gain a certificate. If you skip that mandatory session, it will not show you the completion part. As well as at the top of your page, it will show you what is the percentage of your progress also. So you make sure that you will be getting 100%. If you have skipped something, which is a non-mandatory session, it will not be 100%, but still you will be eligible to get your certificates if you have completed the milestone as well as the venture activity. Okay? So any doubt with respect to this? No doubts, right? So no issues are happening with respect to your venture completion activity. So as of now, how many of you have completed up to 7.1? How many of you have completed? Please raise up your hands. Up to 7.1. Those who have completed.
Just for Windows yes, margin. ये left right margins को आप डाउन.
Okay,
your network. Yes, yours only. Which one? Original PPT you will be able to download. Yes, you have to use that PPT for your tomorrow's speaking session. In that also, if you want to modify one or two slides, you want to add it.
Hello.
Okay, see, while doing the venture activities,
I want to convey that the sheet that will be downloaded from the portal. That's the template of one money foundation, right? If you people want to add or delete something, there is an option that only then that is done, then you can approach.
This time पे इंशाल्लाह.
About this campaign, right?
okay, those who are leaving, please come back 1 second. We are giving the instructions with respect to tomorrow's evaluation.
यही वाला करेंगे जो पोर्टल पे है, तो इस चीज पे तो ये होगी ना, आप अपलोड करेंगे जो अपलोड करोगे That should be presented on, right? क्योंकि जो आप अपलोड करते हैं ना उनकी स्क्रीन पे वायरस की स्क्रीन पे वो रहेगी फिर आप प्रेजेंट वो करोगे तो क्या देखेंगे अब कहीं वो लाइव वहां पे आपकी वैल्यूएशन होगी ना उनके पास से फोटो मेरा वायरस की पॉसिबिलिटी आप प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो दे या कोई वैल्यूएशन ऑन सिस्टम अगर आप वहां पे स्क्रीन पे कुछ कर रहे हो वहां पे लिखते हो दैट विल बी पॉसिबल राइट अब अपलोड वही करना है जो प्रेजेंट है
वो डाउनलोड हो जाएगी
यस 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 अगर उसमें आप पीछे वो हो सकता है उसमें अपलोड
Okay, with respect to tomorrow's evaluation, I'll just give some information. We'll be starting with financial literacy after the break because I cannot continue. I want to stop at 4 o'clock. So tomorrow you will be having your pitching session at 9:30. So it will happen in the IOT campus. They will tell you the venue, all the details properly. So 9:30 sharply, everyone should be available because we have to complete the things on time before the lunch with respect to all the pitching session. And we have an official validity function where you will be receiving your certificates also. So those who are completing the 100% of the course completion as well as the venture activities in your portal. Plus tomorrow you will be eligible to print with your idea in front of the jury members. We have the rubrics for that. I'll tell you about that also. So once after the pitching only you will be eligible to receive the certificate. If you skip, if you are unable, any 4 members or 5 members in a team, one of you are unable to join also, that is fine, but the pitching should be done for every venture. But if they are not providing the certificate, we are not responsible for that because the certificate is individual basis, right? So you have to take care of that. So for pitching session, you make sure that you will be explaining in deep about your problem identification and problem validation and market segmentation and your customer persona, the solution statement, whatever you have identified, and competition analysis, and what is going to be a prototype. Already you have designed the MVP, you can reuse that MVP itself, and lean canvas you have, then revenue or pricing models, financial planning, presentation skills, and engagement and interaction. This will be the rubrics for the evaluation of your pitching session. Okay, till now we never told this rubrics to anyone else, but I don't want you people to come blind and have a presentation. So you should bring your link canvas as well as the prototype charts also. If you have misplaced in somewhere, you still have time. You can just redesign it and get your link canvas sheet for your presentations. As well as you have the best group selection also. So there are totally 5 panels we have identified. The groups will be divided, like each 8 ventures will be assigned to each panel. So from each panel, we are trying to get at least 2 best, or if they are extremely very, we are supporting to identify 3 best presentations also. That is venture idea as well as the presentations also. As morning he was telling, like not only problem or solution what you're going to identify should be best. Your presentation also matters over there, how you're going to present in front of the jury members. So make sure that you're preparing well and come and present your pitching sessions. So that will happen within lunch break. So post lunch break, you will be having the validity function. So this is the tomorrow schedule. But tomorrow schedule, if you are late, if you cannot present it, we are not going to be responsible for it. Is that clear? So everyone should be available here by 9:30 for the pitching session. Any other doubts? Yeah. Presentation 10 minutes, including 3 minutes of questionnaire.
Max 10. 7 plus 3. Question answer machine.
Sorry, presentation is 15 minutes. Okay? So 12 minutes of presentation, 3 minutes of questionnaire. Any other doubts? So now, no issues with respect to the portals, right? Completion of your task, anything. Those who are unable to complete due to the network issues, you are permitted to complete tonight. It is open till tonight. You can complete it in your home and you can get back to tomorrow. And I'll be sharing the financial literacy part, the YouTube recorded video also in the participants group. You can have a look into that, how to upload the module 7 as well as the 8, the financial part. So we'll start with the
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. किसने कहा? वो तो एक ही पॉइंट से सारे निकल सकते हैं, किसी से कोई निकल नहीं सकता। वाई जरूरी नहीं चाहिए
Yeah. So this is your next session. That is your financial literacy, planning and projecting the financials for your venture. Most of you have completed and you have shown to me. That's fine. But you have a clear idea. Tomorrow while pitching the session, you should be able to specify what are the cost models you have considered for your venture activity. So this is pertaining to your module 7.1. So you have to analyze the path to your profitability of your venture. So at the end of this session, you will be examining the various types of costs that is associated with the business. May I get the answer for what are the various types of costs we have? What are the various types of costs we have?
Variable cost, fixed cost.
Fixed cost, variable cost, indirect cost,
direct cost.
direct cost, right? And capital expenditure is a fixed cost or variable cost? Fixed cost. Fixed cost. Okay, fine. So you will be learning about the startup cost associated with the stage of maturity of the startup, and you will be identifying the cost associated with your venture, and understand how your operational break even is key for the startup. And use the financial tool to create the financial projections for your startup. So some of you who have completed, you would have used the simulation tool, that is your Excel, which will show the profit loss category as well as it will show a chart with respect to your cost factor, whatever you have done, right? So that can be done by means of the simulation tool, which is inherited in your application. Okay. So what are the four concepts in this lesson is, the first one is your simulation tool, financial simulation tool. So using this tool, you will be having the hands-on experience of having a financial planning. So how you will calculate the profit loss, how you will calculate the margin value. So everything can be done using the simulation tools. And next you're going to learn about the cost versus the startup stage. So you should be able to understand as well as relate between the various types of costs as well as the startup stage. And the next factor is what are the various types of costs that is associated with your startup. So these are the main four factors what you're going to learn as part of this session. So let us have a discussion like what are the various costs that will be associated to open a coffee shop. You just imagine you want to open a coffee shop.
Place rent.
Huh?
Place rent.
Place rent. Inventory cost. Ingredients. Machine. Staff salary. Ambience. Furnitures, electricity, right? There are so many things we have to consider into factor when you want to just open a small coffee shop. So from that, we have to be able to identify what are the types of expenses towards that cost factor, whatever we have considered. So we have direct costs, indirect costs, capital expenditure, and operating costs. So this we were discussing in the second day of the session also. So what are the direct costs that is related to your coffee shop?
Beans.
Raw materials, infrastructures. What are the direct costs? What is the direct cost? The expense that is directly tied to the production of the goods or services. So renting is the direct cost. Rent of the coffee shop is the direct cost. Machines. Electricity. Okay. So what are the indirect costs? Packaging. Indirect cost is nothing but it is associated with the production, but necessary for overall operation, right? Advertisements. Maintenance. Okay, fine. What is capital expenditure? Capital expenditure, when it will happen, this will be used by a company to acquire, upgrade and maintain the physical assets. So till now we have told so many parameters which will fall under the capital expenditure. Furniture is a capital expenditure. Machine is a capital expenditure. Hiring an employee is a capital expenditure. Maintenance is a capital expenditure. It's an operational cost, right? The operational cost talks about the day-to-day running of the business. So it can also again encompass both the indirect as well as the direct cost, right? Even the rent is also an operational cost, and giving the salary of an employee is also an operational cost, right? So this is how you should identify what are the possible expenses that could fall for your venture. So that should be identified in the very beginning stage, so that it will become easy for us to have a plan. So see here, what are the various types of costs associated with the coffee shop. So direct cost expenses like coffee, beans, milk, sugar, ingredients in deep water. And indirect cost, the salary, the marketing as well as the renting fees. And the capital expenditure, buying the machine, furniture and renovations you want to do to the room. That's and the operational cost, it's the daily expenses, whatever we are going to spend to run the shop, right? So this is your types of expenses. So like this, you have to identify for your venture whatever you have planned.
So I can put over here.
Okay, so along with the types of cost, you should be able to break down your cost, like you should be able to identify which is going to be your one-time investment as well as which is going to be your ongoing expenses. So that is the main key factor, and you have to identify the contingencies also, like so any unpredictable situations will happen. So you should have some contingency amount so that such kind of situations can be tackled using that amount. And you should be having some professional help, like you should have an accounts officer or the financial advisor. So you have to pay to them also. That cost also should be considered into picture. Okay. So let me have a question. Can you list some at launch cost? So you know how to run a coffee shop. What are the types of costs you want to invest, right? So when you want to launch a product into the market, what are the possible kinds of costs that could happen?
Advertising cost.
Advertising. Someone said your answer. Posters. Yeah, that is advertisement, marketing and advertisement. First visit. Okay, fine. So before launching the product, we have to do some analysis we were discussing, right? What is that? Market analysis, right? Market R&D has to be done. So that is also a cost factor. Then, knowing your customer requirements. See here, the first one is your R&D. You should have a research and development with respect to your market research, the product development as well as the prototyping and testing. And the second one is your business formation. Before I open a startup, I should legally identify what are the procedures available. I should register the startup for that, and for that we have the registration of these things, right? So that should be taken care. Then comes your branding and the permits. And comes your technical as well as the equipment requirements. You might require machines, or you might require some account software, billing software, something. Okay. Then finally you need the talent acquisition, that is the human resource which is required to run your startup. So these are the main factors you have to consider before launching any product or before launching your startup into the market. So this 5 states what kind of cost factor you require, that can be identified at the early stage. So this we call it to be the pre-launch cost, what you require to do a product launch. Okay, so with respect to the growth cost, you will be having the marketing and customer acquisition, and you will be having the operations and personnel, and product development and maintenance, then customer service, support and the service, and growth and the expansion. This is your growth cost. Previously, whatever we have seen the 5 factors, that is the pre-launch cost. This is your growth cost. While running your startup, you have to consider all these costs. once I deliver the product, if I'm not providing service for the product, how it will run? You won't get the success, right? Your customer feedback will be very poor. So I should have the customer support service in order to solve all the problems. Similarly, I should have the maintenance also, right? So product development and maintenance should be there. And operational personnel, that is your salaries of the employees as well as any other office expenses that should be taken care of. And the marketing and customer acquisition, I cannot depend on only one customer. I have to start searching for the customers, reach more customers, and I have to sell the product. So marketing should be ever-going process in your startup journey, right? And finally, your growth and the expansion. If you require additional marketing on a specific customer category, you can target those customers, and you can still, if you want to scale your infrastructure based upon the current market scenario, you can spend cost on that. So these are the growth costs. So you should able to differentiate what is your pre-launch cost and what is your growth cost. So tomorrow when you explain me about your revenue model also, you can say what would be your pre-launch cost and what would be your growth cost. That is an estimated part. Okay. So let's have an activity for your financial planning. So we have to open a t-shirt shop in the mall. So the selling price for the t-shirt is 800 rupees. The t-shirt sold per month is 1000 rupees. So what is the total cost? So what is the monthly sales? The selling price of t-shirt is 800 rupees. We have sold 8000 t-shirts. What is the total revenue? 8 lakhs, right? So 8 lakhs is the total revenue. Name some of the expenses that shop incurs. Rent, raw materials, staff's rent, or what is it? Staff salary, electricity, inventories, IG. Okay, fine. So these would be the possible expenses, right? So we can say that first you should buy the t-shirt or you should manufacture the t-shirt, right? So the manufacturing cost of the t-shirt is 400 rupees. So that is of totally 4 lakh rupees. So in your 8 lakhs, 4 lakhs is gone. And the sales executive salary is 75,000. I don't know who is giving 75,000 for the sales executive. Okay. So if that is the case, most of us we can go for that only. So sales executive salary is 75,000 and the rent is 75k and the advertising cost is 25k and electricity or maintenance is 15k and payment for the credit card fees or bills will be 10k. So totally how much it is coming over there? So the monthly profit is 2 lakhs. So the total monthly expenses is 6 lakhs. So out of 8 lakh whatever we got, 6 lakhs we have spent. So the remaining amount is the profit which is going to be 2 lakhs. So this you will be calculating in your simulation tool, whatever you are going to use in that application. Okay. Okay. So this is just a summary, the annual financial summary for the same. So t-shirts sold will be 12,000 t-shirts because it was 1000 per month, so 12,000, and the revenue will be 96 lakhs, and the total expenses is 72 lakh, and the profit will be 24 lakh. As a owner of the t-shirt shop, you will be getting a profit of 24 lakh, right? So for the next year, what can the shop do to increase the profit? Advertisement. Advertisement already we are doing, right? What else you can make the changes? Partnership. Okay.
More branches.
More franchise. But more franchise again the investments also is going to increase. You have to increase the profit, right? You have to increase the profit. Offers. Less in the cost. Okay, that is equivalent to offers, right? Okay. So increase the revenues or sales. How we are going to increase? Either decrease the cost or expenses. You can reduce the manufacturing cost or you have to decrease the cost of the product what you are going to sell. So that is how you have to plan. But when we want to do that, you will be having lots of challenges with respect to that. So what will be the challenges is either I get overwhelmed by the financial terms or I get lost into the calculation part or I seem to make practical financial projections for my venture. So financial changes so often. So how do we keep doing what if analysis will happen? So whenever we target towards the profitability work, we have to do more calculations. So that is the point where you will be going for the financial tools usage. Can you tell me what are the financial tools available in the market?
Power BI.
Power BI. What is the famous financial tool?
Google Sketch.
All engineering students here, right? Frankly speaking, all engineers are poor in finance. That's why they are introducing the curriculum. They have to get a finance factor into the curriculum. Have you heard about Tally? Have you heard about Tally? Tally is one of the MNC where engineering students will get placed for the financial tech development. Okay, so Tally is also one of the software, financial advisor software, where they will be giving consultancy to the startups to work on the profitability point. Okay, so we have financial simulation as well as the planning tools. So before going to that, I'll just show you what are the tools available. Yeah, these are few financial accounting tools or expense management tools which could be used for the used by these startups like Tally, Java, Zoho Books, and QuickBooks. Okay, so tomorrow if anyone asks you what are the financial tools you are aware, at least you can remember Tally and Zoho. Both are related to each other, so you can just remember those tools. Okay, so just we'll start with an activity. Okay, so this is the planning simulation, assumptions and impact sheet, what I was telling, which will be there in your module 7.1. Whomever has completed, you can able to relate that. So in this sheet, by default, the sheet structure will be given like this. I will share you the YouTube video also. So you will be having the assumptions part, and you will be having the profit and loss summary part, and you will be having the profit and loss detail, and you can able to get a chart of revenue versus the operational profits as well as the unit economics. What is unit economics? What is unit economics? Per unit analysis. So whatever cost you will be spending to produce a single product. So that we call it to be the unit economics. So if you observe, these are all predefined fields. Don't edit the fields. You have to just update your values with respect to your venture. So what is the selling price, the average selling price per unit, and what is the material cost? All those things, these are all assumptions. Try to have a real assumption. Whatever product, for example, if you have created a venture for the EdTech platform, per student basis you are doing, or an institution basis if you are doing, have a clear information. For an institution, the minimum required number of registrations should be 60 users. So, for 60 users basis, you have to specify the cost factor over there. So, once you fill all those things, it will directly give you the information with respect to your revenue as well as the operation cost. So, this is the assumptions part. Okay, then this is your profit and loss summary. Once you prepare that sheet, if you click the profit and loss summary, it will give you the table at a certain module in 7th module, at a certain section in 7th module. You have to convert this into a PNG, take the screenshot, and you have to save it as PNG, and you have to upload in your venture activity part. And similarly, for your chart, the Excel chart, whatever is there, that also you have to convert into PNG, and you have to upload in your activity part. So this will be calculated automatically. You don't want to edit anything. So this will be happening based upon the value you have entered in your previous Excel data. Okay. So this is your profit loss summary, and this is your profit loss in detail. on monthly basis for entire 12 months. So the Tally, Zoho, all those financial tools also will give the projections like this only. That's the advantage of having a financial tools or financial advisors who can work completely on your profit and loss details of your venture for next 1 year, next 2 years, something, and you can take advice what you have to improve, where you have to improve also. So this is your complete profit loss projection on the monthly basis. And this comes your conclusion where you will be specifying the approach to balance the growth of as well as the profitability of your venture. You can just click save over there. You can give your suggestions and you can click save over there. This is the module 7 activity, which is your financial literature part. And before that you have to select your currency also. So you can choose by default it will be INR, and you can able to download this data sheet also, as well as you can take a screenshot also. Okay, so that's with respect to your module 7.1, 2 as well as 3. Okay, so moving on to your cost management. So what are the main benefits of managing the cost is? Mainly you have to increase the profitability. Any venture you ask, their aim should be increase the profitability. Then they have to reduce the expenses and they have to make the informed decisions. So it could be starting with the offers or the extension of the franchising. It should be an informed decision and they have to be competitive in the market. They should not become a stable venture. They have to be competitive in the market. So these are the major benefits of managing the cost. Okay, so do's of the managing cost. So first thing, you have to break down your cost, where you're going to spend more and how you're going to categorize, whether it is going to be for the marketing or whether it is going to be for the infrastructure or equipment, whatever may be. And you have to identify the contingencies also, and you have to take the professional help. These things is must to manage your cost. And what you are not supposed to do is, don't underestimate the cost. We should never think as a startup owner, we should never think we are the best. We should be always open enough to receive the critics from the people, and you should be able to identify the gap, how you want to improve yourself. So that mindset is very important for any startup person, any entrepreneur, right? So don't underestimate the cost and don't assume that higher prices, longer timelines, or everything should work out. Nothing like that. And don't rely on the guesswork. We should have a proper market research. Just like that, I am going to open a coffee shop. I decide tonight, tomorrow I will launch the coffee shop. Not like that. We should decide which area. For that, we have to do a market survey. What kind of shops are available in the surrounding, and whether if I launch my product, will it going to be successful or not. So all those things should be done. Don't forget upfront expenses. So what could be the future expenses? That also you should have in mind. So that's why they are asking us to keep the contingency amount also. And don't be afraid to pivot. So if your research unveils higher cost than the anticipated, don't be afraid to adopt your business. Still, you can have a sustainable growth. So that will happen only when you try to continue with your venture development. Okay, so these are the do's and don'ts with respect to your financial cost. And as I told, these are the few tools, financial tools, we'll be using with respect to the budget management. And so one of you told the unit economics is nothing but whatever amount you are going to spend to produce or to procure that single unit of the product. So that's your unit economics. And it will be used. So what are the key metrics for your unit economics is the customer acquisition cost. So we should calculate even a single user matters, right? When you take the example of the EdTech, even if I get a single user, today I will get 10 users registered per month, a tech login. Tomorrow I might get only 3. So even the single user registrations matters over there. So how much we are going to spend to market to them also matters over there. And average revenue per user. So how much do we generate from a single customer? So that has to be calculated and it should be divided by the number of customers. So that will give you the average revenue per user, which will be helpful for you to calculate the future cost estimation. And customer lifetime value. The user should not be like today they will come, 1 month they will use my portal and they will jump off, and after 3 months they might come or they may not come. It should not be like that. Your user should have a valid amount of lifetime so that it can be accounted for your business perspective. And the pricing, while not a key metric of your unit economics, it goes hand in hand with it because the product cost matters over the competition in your market. So these are the key metrics which should be considered for the unit economics. Fine. So any doubts with respect to the cost management and as well as the financial tools and unit economics? No doubt? Okay, fine. So that's with respect to your finance as well as the cost estimation. Thank you all.
There will be a tea break and
After that, they have to complete their activity.
Okay, should I announce good information? Yes? Okay. After the tea break, you can leave to your hostel or home and complete your task. Tomorrow morning, sharply you are here by 9:30. Is that fine? Yes?
come directly to the IOT.
Yeah. Tomorrow the session will happen in IOT. Yeah, presentation will happen in IOT. Fine, so I want everyone to complete your certifications tonight. That's why we are learning early. Okay? Thank you all. Okay, one good thing. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, tomorrow we might not be able to gather together other than the validity. I just want to ask you how you feel about the session. All the 5 days. Was it useful? Yes. Yes, I agree. How many of you are still yet to fill your feedback form? Feedback form, which is shared in your participants group, Google form. Yesterday they have shared the feedback form. So yesterday only they have shared the.
Yeah, but I think in the same.
Okay, please check in the same Google sheet whether all the next only one.
बैग दे दे मेरा
Okay, tonight they will check that and they will share it.
Ma'am, there was an option in which it was stating that day 1, day 2, day 3. There was an option in the form stating day 1, day 2, day 3. So we submitted multiple responses like day 1, day 2, day 3.
Excuse me. There is an option to select the day 1, day 2, day 3. Again, you have to select day 2 and you have to submit day 3, submit.
No, you can submit multiple responses.
Same.
हम तेरी यूं लेके दिल से अभी तो
करो सुभान चाहिए no esperemos abrió
हो गया
los que estén de escritos ये मैं छोटा ग्रे कलर का ये ब्लू का रिमोट
गरीब हो बोलते अमीर हो लेकिन वो निकलती हुई बाल क्या बाल में कितनी बार वो ना कर सकते नहीं उसके 30 रुपए खाओ कहाँ ये से सुबह डाला है ये ऑर्डर 11 रुपए म्यूजिक के साथ में फोटो का
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर सर तागश सेशन ये किन अज
छोटा है अंदर से Al parlo questo sono vedere एक आधा दिए तो शेष हो गया ये रहा आना मैं थक गया
हो जाएगा 5 मैसेजेस आएंगे इसको
दाढ़ी मुझे दाढ़ी पे जाना है
सही लाइव चल रहा है पोज करना पड़ेगा
जब तक अब यही नहीं निकलेगी तब तक तो ऐसे ही चलेगा
आराम से इसको टैप पड़ेगा आगे
ठीक है
आगे वालों को देना होता है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत सारी स्कीम्स आती है
कहाँ पे अभी
सजाद yapıya Grudkin
हाँ ठीक है गरीबों वाली फोन डालो
morning session şu yedi morning session şu yedi
चाहिए कौन है दोपहर पछुन शुरू की जाए जुकरा बंदा पाक
वाला करसनो बसम बांधे
मुझे बहुत अच्छा है, पता है जितने हेल्प की मेरी एडमिशन के टाइम से खुदा की क्या दे रहे हो
अगर ये मॉर्निंग सेशन है इतनी
कैसे बजे
सोने में दोनों पागल
कितने भी कर रहे हैं
वो ये मॉर्निंग सेशन इतनी आफ्टरनून सेशन स्टार्ट सब करो तो ठीक है नीचे के जाकर कदम में आई एडमिशन पॉलिसी इसको
मतलब
सब ये आनी मत ट्राई ना
ना बच्चा भी एक्टिव है
ना सब ये
और आने का समझ आया
मैं चेक कर पूरी
That's what you yeah schedule
अच्छा शेड्यूल का शेड्यूल चाहिए स्टूडेंट्स बेटा ये खत्म हो गया ये वाला शेड्यूल है ये टी ब्रेक है अच्छा टी ब्रेक की को शेड्यूल
नहीं वो खत्म हो गया
आज का खत्म हो गया पक्का
मैम ने बोला जिसके बाद इसको कर जाना है वो जा सकते हैं आप पोस्ट जाना है नहीं शेड्यूल में है ना
ये लास्ट वाला था इसके बाद है ना क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन वो मैम ने बोला ना किसी को कुछ सवाल आएंगे तो खत्म करके जाओ
सवाल सही
नहीं है ना शेड्यूल में है मार्क लिया वाला भी मार्क ली क्या
श्री विद्या जी वो ना छुट्टी गए क्या बना चुका
सुबह गए
कितना हो
बिलास में से करता है जो छता है बिलास में
बिलास
हेलो सर जो फोन किया था टेलर वाला और सर
क्या बोले आप खुद आए थे
हाँ सर
वहाँ पर आपको डायरेक्टर ऑफिस में देना वो वहाँ पे स्टैंड जाओ
ये वाला
डायरेक्ट PADA वही है ना या वहाँ पे डायरेक्ट जो वहाँ पर है ना मेन कैंपस जैसे कल ये पूरे हो जाएंगे जितने दिन का आपका ये है
नहीं मैं अकेला ही हूँ टीम तो मेरी फिर उससे आएगी ये वो डायरेक्टली जम्मू से आएगी
अच्छा आप एक चीज करो कल डायरेक्ट वहीं पे डायरेक्टर ऑफिस है ना
वो वहीं पे जहाँ पे हॉस्टल है हमारा
हाँ वहीं पे वहीं नहीं हॉस्टल नहीं हॉस्टल के बाहर जो
हाँ हाँ मैं डायरेक्ट
वहाँ पर जाओ वहाँ पर कुछ वो सील डालेंगे और अटेंड कर हो जाएगा
वही बिलास करना सोचो आप
तो मैं तो थोड़ी जस्ट डिस्कस करूँ
अच्छा शेड्यूल कैसे सर्च कर रहे हैं हमारे
टच सॉरी बजट
15 notes we have given. 27 pages, you are not going to read your slide. It's your presentation ability. So that's why whatever parameters I say, those parameters you concentrate. Make sure that you're covering that.
या करा मार के अब तो
यूनियन यूनियन अलग जरूरत पड़ी बराबर जी यूनियन ना अपने खतरनाक था मगर वाला लाइक बिची जरूरत
मैंने निकेश बोलता यूनियन कहां
ऐसे कदे सुगा जा आजा वो तो पर कुछ खून वो तो पर कुछ खून आज के दिन
सर बाहर बैनर किसने लगाया
जो वहां पे लगा रहे थे हां
ये बेचारा करता
है अभी हम 2 घंटे से यहाँ पर थे
सीट नहीं तो ये नहीं मत
सर के पास क्या है कल के लिए फोल्डर्स बनाने
ये पर था वो सर
तू नहीं गई थी
ना इसलिए हाँ सोच लगे तू 15 एम्पीयर सॉकेट सुन कुछ मत अचली नहीं 5 एम्पीयर से ये मत चलेनी ओ ये चलेनी
डायरेक्ट स्पीड
उस हाँ इस 15 एम्पीयर वोल्ट है सुन चलेनी इस
डायरेक्ट
डायरेक्ट
यम कैमरा कम खतर छ समझती है यम कैमरा छ यम कम खतर छ
सुरत पे आसपास ज्यादा लोग
वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग कराम
अस वने तो रिकॉर्डिंग खतर यम छ चलन सोनी वाली पीटी जक मगर ये तानु कस्ट बात कहिन मगर यस पाथी
Aspect charges वाले इस लगभग 10 लाख लोग यूनिट यूज करने पर
कम खतर से यूज करेंगे
जे को इसको रिकॉर्डिंग
रिकॉर्डिंग का ये है
केस करा चार्ज कितने स्कोरस
तब रिकॉर्डिंग कर
सही चलना
कुछ जैसे बराबर प्रोफेशनल तरीके से मल्टी
प्रोफेशनल बैठिए
है सिंगल क्या
अच्छा अच्छा
जिन्हें वो अपने वो तो
वो इधर बगा कर
शे पीटीजेड कैमरा ना रिमोट से दियो यू इसका रोशन ना ऐसा लग गया
आपको अच्छा बीएनसी वाला
अच्छा बीएनसी यूएसबी ना это да это спанун hier это спанун यूनिट थी
नहीं कंट्रोल का
बीएनसी कनेक्टर लगा
एक वॉल्यूम वॉल्यूम
automatically just read.
Bilal sir, good Bilal sir. Bilal sir,
But in mine it will show different.
Cara, bom, sorry, mas isso uma lei essa boa por anos, sabe já.
session close.